welcome to our members, today's presenters, and to all viewing remotely. I will call this regular meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education to order. The August regular meeting has been identified as the board's retreat. And as outlined in the KBE policy manual, our agenda includes review of the board's goals and objectives, identifying the major issues likely to face the board in the coming year, and establishing priorities for board action. A few reminders as we begin. This meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Therefore, Kentucky Board of Education members participating virtually must ensure that their video is streaming and that they can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Please silence or turn off electronic devices that may cause disruption to your sound. I will now read the Kentucky Board of Education's mission statement. To improve the future of all Kentucky learners by providing leadership, advocating for resources, advancing policy, and cultivating community partnerships to ensure each and every student has equitable access to high-quality, lifelong learning. Today is a special meeting because we are fortunate to swear in 4 members. 2 are new. Two are, pardon me, 2 are reappointed members, and we have several new members to introduce to the board. We're fortunate to swear in Randolph Randy Poe and Julia Julie Powell as reappointed KBE members, and we welcome with wide open arms new board members recently appointed, Felicia Newman of Louisville and Patty Mentor of Bowling Green as new members to the board of the Kentucky Board of Education. Just remind you that our student member, Trace Brookling and Stephanie Phillips, have already been sworn in or have affirmed their commitment to support the mission of the KBE. So at this time, I would like to invite, is it Erwin? Aaron? Oh, there you are. I was like, Aaron Gaines with the KDE Office of Legal Services to administer the oath to Dr. Poe, Julie Powell, Felicia Newman, and Patty Mentor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So
Morning.
I will read the oath, and at the end, I will call you each by name, and at that time, you can then swear or affirm. So if you will all please raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky so long as I can continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully execute to the best of my ability the office of Kentucky Board of Education member according to law. And I do further solemnly swear or affirm that since the adoption of the present Constitution, I, being a citizen of this state, have not fought a duel with a deadly weapon within this state nor out of it, nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight in a duel with a deadly weapon, nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted any person thus offending, so help me God. Felicia Newman,
That's all. I affirm. Thank you.
Randy Poe,
Randy Poe, I affirm.
Julie Pyle,
Julie Pyle, I affirm.
Patty Mentor.
Patty Mentor, I affirm.
Thank you all.
welcome.
That's good.
I brag about this board all the time because as we have gotten to work together, we've actually affirmed over and over the many talents that you bring, and this board is so unselfish in making the contribution of themselves, their time, their talents, to make this board, I think, one of the best boards I've ever worked on. And so we're blessed.
Do we have time for Felicia and Patty to?
Yes. If you would, please, I'd like for Felicia and Patty to take a minute each and tell us about your background. We're just so happy you're here because we've been reading about you, so we want to hear what you would say about yourselves. Felicia, I'd like to start with you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Felicia Newman. I am an attorney. I've been one for decades. It's amazing that it's been decades. Actually, I used to work at the Office of Legal Services under Todd Allen as a staff attorney. Before that, I was a prosecutor. I was in private practice. And today, I am the director for the Center for Justice and Policy Initiatives at the Louisville Urban League, where I assist our organization in educating and advocating to all the many political bodies, including the State House and Metro Council. And I also run our Get Out the Vote campaigns every year. So that's a little bit about me, and I'm happy to be here.
A real on-the-ground organizer.
Yes, ma'am.
Professor Mentor.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Patty Minter, and I am getting ready to start my 34th year at the Department of History at Western Kentucky University. So I really should be working on Syllabi right now, but I'm very excited to be here. And I teach American legal history and have advised 2 generations of students who've gone to law school. So a lot of my former advisees work in the buildings and around Frankfurt in every part of the state government. I served on WKU's Board of Regents as a 3-term faculty regent, which is a great learning experience and a good preparation for service in the Kentucky House of Representatives, where I represented Bowling Green's House District 20 and watched a lot of the processes that created the board in its current form. So it is an honor to join the board at this stage of my life and be able to contribute to the Commonwealth and to education in this way. I'm a lifelong product of the public schools, married to a product of public schools, and my son went to a school here in Kentucky as well. So again, I'm happy to be part of the mission from this angle now.
Fabulous. And Stephanie and Trace are here for their first time at the table. They've been working already. Stephanie, tell us more about yourself.
My name is Stephanie Phillips. Born and raised in Ashland. I teach at Ashland Paul Blazer. I teach family and consumer sciences, and for those of you all that are my age, you'll remember it as home ec. I do an early childhood pathway and life skills. I'm very active in the Board for Family and Consumer Sciences and for CTE here in the state.
And Trace also has been working. He's already had a media event. Trace, tell us about yourself.
My name is Trace. I didn't prepare a speech. I'm sorry. But I am a high school student. I'm a rising junior. Once again, very excited for this opportunity to serve on the board and represent the Kentucky Student Voice. I am a barista. I know, a little strange, but I am. I help run a campaign for a political figure running for House of Representatives. Honestly, I do a lot, just a lot of random stuff. But once again, super excited for this opportunity and can't wait to serve Kentucky students.
Fabulous. You know, I love it when our students recognize that they are learning how to be engaged, informed citizens and all that it means. Our previous student That was one of her themes. We're working on it, and we're going to try to meet your standards when it comes to making sure every student has the opportunity to embrace that privilege as a citizen of a democracy. So at this moment, I would ask Dr. Jones to please call the roll.
Holly Bloodworth,
Holly Bloodworth here.
Harold McKinney,
Harold McKinney here.
Patty Minter,
Patty Minter here.
Felicia Newman,
Felicia Newman here.
Justin Pate, Julie Pyle,
Julie Pyle, present.
Randy Poe,
Randy Poe, present.
Sharon Porter Robinson,
Sharon Robinson here.
Steve Trimble,
Steve Trimble here.
Lou Young,
Lou Young here.
Trace Brooking,
Trace Brooking here.
Stephanie Phillips,
Stephanie Phillips here.
Secretary Jamie Link,
Jamie Link is present virtually.
and President Aaron Thompson. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. This is a packed agenda, and we are very disciplined board for the new folks. We do try to stay on time, but we are really equally, even more committed to getting it done right. So try to balance those two objectives. We'll begin our internal board business by approving the summary of minutes for June 3rd, 2026, KBE regular meeting day 1, June 4, 2026, regular meeting day 2, and July 29, 2026, KBE Awards Committee meeting. Those minutes were provided in the portal for your perusal and examination. Are there any corrections or questions that you want to raise before I ask for a motion to approve these minutes? Hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been moved in second. I'll call the question. All in favor of approving this, the minutes for these several meetings, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, say no. Thank you. Now we come to the fun part. We get to call for nominations and the election of a new KBE chair and vice chair. Kentucky Revised Statute 156029 requires that the KBE elect a chairperson at the first regular meeting of the board in each fiscal year. At this time, we will call for nominations from the floor. The board should also be aware and just be reminded that House Bill 10, which passed at the most recent regular session of the General Assembly, amends KRS 156029 and requires the KBE member elected chair to undergo Senate confirmation as chair. This is separate from being confirmed as a member. At this point, nominations are in order for the office of Chair of the Kentucky Board of Education. Are there nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Lou Young to be the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trimble.
All right, thank you. Are there other nominations from the floor? Given there is only one name on the slate, is there a motion to approve the slate and elect Lou Young as chair of the KBE?
So moved.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of electing Lou Young, chair of the KBE, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you. But before we move on to the election of a vice chair, I just, Dr. Fletcher and I want to spend just a minute to say how much we sincerely appreciate Dr. Robinson. She's term limited, for those of you who are new to the board, and has spent the past 3 years with selfless dedication to service as our board chair. And I'm not going to even get weepy because she's not going anywhere. She'll be right back here with us tomorrow and in October and in December, et cetera. But I will tell you that when I think about my time on the board, Robbie, I count many of the experiences I've had as gifts in my professional career, but honestly, getting to know, work with, and love Sharon Porter Robinson is at the very top of that list. So I have learned so much. For those of you who don't know her yet, you got to Google her. She is fierce. She is accomplished. She is brilliant. She is kind. And I think most importantly in this role, she is selflessly committed to the best interest of the 650,000 students we serve across the Commonwealth of Kentucky in our public school system. And as she stands on top of a very powerful resume, she does that with humanness, with empathy, and with love. And it is, like I said, she's not going anywhere. If we still had a thing like speed dial, she's at the top of my speed dial list. And after I ask Commissioner Fletcher for his comments, I want to make sure we take some time for you to reflect with us for just a little bit as well.
Thank you so much, Chair Young. And
The commissioner brought Kleenexes, so it's like, come on. It's either allergies or he loves Sharon that much.
we'll make a decision on that at the end of the meeting. But with that being said, my very first meeting with Dr. Porter was during interviews and sitting at the table and listening to the experiences that you have and listening to the passion in which you tell the stories. And I think in education, we need storytellers, and you're one of the best. And again, I'm so thankful you're still going to be at this table, but I have learned so much. I have enjoyed working with you, and especially those texts that may come at 9 p.m. and say, Robbie. That's the first thing, Robbie. And then what comes next is, and then the conversations that come after too. So she's always willing to listen, to contemplate, and wait for the right moment to give an answer. So again, I appreciate that so much about her. Lou has some big shoes to fill. I think she'll do well. But again, with that being said, Sharon, I appreciate first and foremost the friendship we've developed, and I appreciate that so much. But also too, I appreciate you as a mentor for the commissioner. So thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to continued service with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's really very sweet, and I have thought about this moment because I was minding my business.
I know what you're going to say.
One day out by the pool, my phone rings and it's Lou Young. This is going back to 2019, no, 2020. We had just been appointed to the board. We were getting ready to launch a search for a commissioner.
We didn't know what we didn't know.
We didn't know what we didn't know. And she said, I'm going to run for chair. You want to run for vice chair? I'd love it if you would. So Lou and I have been in leadership roles of this board for now almost 6 years. And it has been a real opportunity for me to see the power of leverage, where you link into what you know and bring that forward, link into what I might know, bring that forward. We were smart enough to be able to hire not one commissioner, but two. And they represented proud appointments. But mostly I have enjoyed working with this board. And when I say working, I mean as your servant. Because there is such richness in the membership of this board that I feel like if I can't make something out of this, and we have done more than just make something. We have made a phenomenal advancement to improving the education of our children by designing an accountability system that is about learning. Imagine, we answered what I consider the most profound paradigm-busting question that I've ever encountered. Simply, what would we be doing if what we were doing made sense? Now, we didn't get all the way to the goal line that we had imagined, but we got a long way downfield and a lot to leverage for further progress on behalf of the interest of our students and those educators who serve them with a system that informs what they do. That was the thing I always asked and wanted to accomplish since my days at ETS, when I said, could we have testing in the service of learning? That would be the ultimate. And this board has helped me see that we can get to the other side of that. We can make it real. So I thank you for the opportunity to serve you. It has been the privilege of my career, and I appreciate it. Look forward to further serving as a member of the board. Hallelujah. But Robbie, that doesn't mean you might not get text. Now we are going to open the floor for consideration to find a nominee to serve as vice chair. Having served in that role, it's important. It is a partnership, and it is an opportunity for us to mine that rich store of talent that we have. So the floor is now open for nominations for vice chair.
I would like to nominate Holly Bloodworth for vice chair.
Thank you. Are there further nominations?
I move the nomination cease and she be elected by acclamation.
All right. Is the board ready to acclaim Holly Bloodworth elected as our vice chair? I'm seeing that you are. I will call the question. All those in favor of acclaiming, let's do it. Aye.
Thank you. I look forward to serving in this role. I mean, what a dynamic duo. I will do my best to be a Robin for you. I've got big shoes to fill. So thank you all for your leadership and your service. And hopefully our momentum will still, keep moving forward, getting us down the field, as Sharon was saying. And so thank you. And I'm glad you're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Because
she's already talked to me about my next job.
And just looking around at the new members of this board, it's exciting to see the gifts and just talents that you're going to be bringing to this team, and really excited to have you all.
So at this point, I am going to ask the board to tolerate like a 5-minute break while we change chairs.
Oh, you mean it starts today?
Okay.
I'm glad I got to sit by here, 10 minutes?
Hold on a minute. Oops.
All right, welcome back after that brief recess. Sharon and I have had a lot of conversations about ensuring that we are building leadership capacity on this board, and that's an easy conversation to have because every one of you is a renowned leader in your own right. And so later in the retreat, we're going to be talking about chairs of our hopefully new committees and building capacity across this team to think about what it looks like moving down the road in terms of board leadership. Like Sharon, I counted all joy to work with this board team and just the selfless work that happens across here. Randy, if you were here, there would only be one seat left in the room for you once Justin makes it. No, there's an extra one too. So looking at this table full today makes my heart full
Yes, it
because
is.
it's great. So many thanks to boards and commissions and certainly to the governor's office for giving us a full slate, almost full slate. We still have a vacancy in Supreme Court District in Northern Kentucky, but we are close to being full. So that is inspiring for us this morning. All right, we'll turn our attention to more internal board business. By way of retreat, we had several items this morning before lunch. That's why we started early today. And at this point, I'll call on the chair of our awards committee, Julie Pyle, to present our next agenda item.
Great, thank you, Chair. The Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnership is named in honor of Joseph W. Kelly. Kelly served as a member of the Kentucky Board of Education from 1989 until 1998 and provided exceptional leadership as its chair for 7 years. He was a strong leader in the fundamental early years of implementing Kentucky's nationally recognized school improvement efforts. A respected business leader and education advocate, Kelly knew firsthand the critical role the business community plays in supporting Kentucky's public education system. Criteria for the award include creating or sustaining strategic partnership between a business and school or district that leads to improved student outcomes, including but not limited to post-secondary success and workforce outcomes, and significant contribution to a school or a district that leads or will likely lead to increased or improved educational opportunities or improved educational, post-secondary, or workforce outcomes for students. On behalf of the awards committee, I would like to share that the committee met Wednesday, July 29th, and determined that candidate 2 best met the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidate number 2 as the recipient of the 2026 Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnership and ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate 2 at the board's October regular meeting.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Pyle. And again, as always, you run the most efficient meeting on the planet.
We're done pretty quick.
We're in and out, that's right. So coming from committee, this motion does not require a second, but is there any discussion about the process or questions for Julie? Hearing none, all those in favor of adopting the committee recommendation to approve candidate 2 as the recipient of the 2026 Kelly Award for Business and Education Partnership, please respond with aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Excellent, thank you so much. The next item for internal board business is around our member out-of-state travel requests. We don't do that a lot. We don't have a lot of these requests, but we are very proud members of the National Association of the State Boards of Education, and we have been invited to participate in their 2026 association annual conference. It's scheduled for October 27 and 28 in Baltimore, Maryland. And according to our board policy manual, we must approve membership on in-state and out-of-state study groups, task forces and boards, and out-of-state convening and meeting attendance. To date, we have 2 board members who have submitted requests to attend, Julie and I. I serve as the NASB Southern Regional Area Director, and in that capacity, they pay for a significant portion of my conference attendance. Julie has also served on that executive board in the past and is interested in going as well. But we also have room for 3 more, assuming we pass our motion here in just a second. We don't send more than 5, being mindful of the cost of out-of-state travel, but also not to cause any confusion around a quorum of the board in one location. And upon approval, the Department of Ed then submits out-of-state travel requests through the Finance Cabinet for final approval. So this is a series of steps that we take in order to ensure that the travel is appropriate, ethical, and financially sound. So at this point, I would entertain a motion from the board to approve up to 5 board members' travel requests to attend the 2026 NASB Annual Conference. Do we have such a motion?
So moved.
Dr.
Chair
Robinson?
Young, I'll make the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion from Dr. Robinson and a second from Dr. Poe. Any questions at all about this process or the event? I would invite everyone to look at the NASB conference website. Julie, Sharon, and I went last year to Austin, Texas, and found it to be very beneficial for us. The learning is excellent. So just know that you're invited. I know it's hard. Dr. Poe is reviewing his calendar right now. He's struggling to find the dates that will work for him, but he is considering that as well. Just know that you are invited, and let us know if you have questions.
Lou, we might also point out that typically at the annual meeting, there will be programs of interest to both our teacher and student member. And so you're eligible to consider this, and I hope that you will. We've had Kentucky students just participate in all aspects of NASB, and I'd love to see our teacher get more involved as well.
And Preston received an award
Preston
last year.
received a NASB Student Board Member Award. He and a colleague student last year, and so he came with us to Austin. He represented Kentucky so well. And Tracy was the board member the year before Harper, so he's going off to college this fall. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion about this travel request? Hearing none. All those in favor, please respond with aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Excellent. So I ran into Karen Dodd on the elevator on the way up, and she said, you have allotted 15 whole minutes for goal setting today, and she doesn't think we can do it. Just knowing our board. No, she's not that skeptical. So as part of our retreat focus today, and by the way, we didn't mention this morning, many thanks to Commissioner Fletcher, Associate Commissioner Hilton, and Principal Peggy Sinclair Morris at the Kentucky School for the Blind. That was where we were going to hold our fall retreat this August at KSB in Louisville. And as you may or may not have heard, they have a major construction project going on. And so we're even having to delay school there because the construction, as often happens, is waning a little bit. And so we didn't want to add complexity on top of everything they're doing, trying to get school open, and then, hosting us as a board that brings its own level of stress to a principal and a staff. So that's why we're not at KSB. So many thanks to GA and the team who pivoted. Taylor Perry got us all switched around to Frankfurt, and that's what we're doing here today. So as part of our retreat focus and in compliance with our Kentucky Board of Education policy manual, we will now review the board's goals. We want to discuss the major issues facing us in the coming year, and we want to establish priorities for board action. You will find these in your portal, and with us, Kentucky Department of Ed Chief Performance Officer Karen Dodd applied her team's SMART goals and key performance indicators, KPI process, to those goals to inform the board's monitoring and measurement. Just in case there are questions, Karen, if you wouldn't mind, come on up and we'll put you in the hot seat. And let's, if you would, go ahead and open that on your portal and open up a discussion now about the goals as they appear in draft from last year. Thank you. And we can go goal by goal, or if you had a chance to reflect on these and you see some suggestions that you might have, questions that you might have, et cetera, we will just take some discussion time, please. And Karen, if you have any intro remarks, that would be appropriate right now as well.
I don't have the goals in front of me.
Okay.
But yes, we did spend quite a bit of time over the last year looking and working on those. So I do feel like they can carry over unless there's something else that you all want to focus on this year.
And they have been slightly reworded from last year, but essentially the substance of those remain the same. So I'm having a little tech trouble here. I'll ask Vice Chair Bloodworth if she would just read the overarching goal statements for each of the 5. That'll be to the benefit of those who are here in person in attendance and give the new board members kind of a time to think through these.
So goal number 1, foster educational innovation through vibrant student learning experiences. Goal 2 is advance educational excellence through professional improvement. Goal 3, cultivate collaborative partnerships.
Oh, sorry, I thought we had a 4. Okay, all right, excellent. So I think we may have even culled these down into 3 to get to this point. They're broad, they're big, they're aspirational, and then underneath you'll see some objectives there that we've been working on. Just for instance, on the professionalization of the experience of educators in our workforce, we've been really working closely with the Education Professional Standards Board under the leadership of Associate Commissioner Dr. Brewer in that, oh my goodness, in that process. And really thinking about those kind of big ideas that's facing the education community across public schools these days. But what other thoughts might you have? Sharon
Young,
talks a lot about advocacy. Dr. Poe.
Yeah, I just want to echo what you say. I think what I like about these particular goals this year is, like you said, that this is our core mission, and our work will change around these as we continue. But I like the way that they're more holistic and as a core for us as we move forward, because it says what it is. So I just wanted to add a positive to the work that Karen has done.
Excellent. Thank you for that endorsement, Dr. Poe. Trace and then Holly.
I think these are excellent goals. Looking towards goal 3 with collaboration, I think collaboration is a very important thing. And I also think it's important that we extend that collaboration to the student voice in Kentucky, not just through me, but through students all over the Commonwealth. We could develop some kind of consistent feedback process for students to offer ideas about the education they're receiving. I think that would be a great idea.
Okay. So say that one more time. Let's think about where we might actually capture that.
Some kind of feedback process for students to offer ideas on the education they're getting and feedback on the education they're receiving.
I love it. I think it's really critical to your role. And if you are open to it, I think that would be a nice bullet under the collaboration goal, as you noted, to ensure that we're thinking about partnerships writ large, including the students that you'll be representing, your voice, sharing their voice in the process. Karen?
Will Trace be on the student advisory? I think we usually
Yes,
invite
you're on the Commissioner Student Advisory as well. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, and so really thinking about how we can, just claim that in the statement of the goals, I think would be really helpful.
I think that also extends teachers too.
Yes.
I think educators should also
Oh, yeah, okay.
weigh in more on education as well.
Yeah, excellent. Dr. Bloodworth, or Vice Chair Bloodworth noted we could also make sure that we are intentionally naming it under the established strong partnerships bullet, Karen, to put student voices as kind of one of the first stakeholders groups that we name there. And again, then lean heavily on Trace to help us actualize that. I like it.
Yeah, I
Yes, Dr.
commenting
Poe.
on that. Yeah, on commenting on that, I agree that with what Holly just said, you add that student voice in there, and then because these are those broader goals, then there will be strategies that will be developed under each one of these, and then the strategy will be, not only surveying student voice, but teacher voice and all those others, because we have the teacher voice person there, the student voice, and the community. So it goes in with our community survey. So that becomes a strategy if we just list that under there, as Holly said.
I like it. I like it. I think maybe, Karen, too, if we actually use a phrase like amplifying the voice of stakeholders, including, and I'd love to see students at the head of that list just for symbolic purposes. And Holly, I think.
I was just going to say, I like goal 1 because it captures like so much of the work that we have been focused on in one thing. makes it easier to kind of remember.
I think so too.
Vibrant learning and including accountability under that. And I like the goal line.
I do. I think it really is kind of tightly succinct to the work of this board. For our new members, our vision for public education is encapsulated in a statewide initiative that we call Kentucky United We Learn. Google it. Great work happening all across Kentucky thanks to the visionary leadership of this board. And I think that goal statement really does come across in a powerful way, Karen. So, Dr. Robinson, I know you and I have talked a lot about, are we clear enough about our advocacy role, but other thoughts that you may have about the goals?
Yeah, that's, and, I'm going to advocate now for a focus. I mean, this is how we hold ourselves accountable. So, and we've talked as a board about how do we become more intensely aware and responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable of our students across the state. And the commissioner reminds us all the time of the great work that is going on across the state. Thank goodness. I mean, we have stories to keep us inspired. But I'm wondering if we can become even more intentional by confronting the right kind of documentation about, are we moving the needle? Are we making it, how do we know we're making it happen for more students, especially in some of our most challenging communities? And I'm even interested in maybe we need to receive more frequent reports on how the CSI schools are moving, how they're doing. I don't want it to get lost if we're making progress. I want it to be celebrated because that will inspire us to make more progress. So it's this is a hard job, and it's easy to say we're making progress, even because we are in many, many ways, but I don't know that we're feeling it enough to be inspired to take on these issues even more boldly. So I'm just saying, can we find a way to reflect our commitment to the kids who really need it? They need the partnerships, they need the professional development support.
Right.
They need us constantly. Yeah.
So are you talking about the special ed population primarily?
No.
As well as students of color,
Low
students
income,
of poverty.
I mean, there's so many categories. I don't think we've even, it's like, have we recognized how many students are presenting, multiple disabilities on top of families having financial stress that is going to complicate the social and emotional environment in which they are doing all of this, trying to be a learner.
As they strive to learn English as a new language.
As they strive to learn. And so I don't see us really kind of recognizing
Agreed.
those special educational challenges that are being addressed.
So Karen, I might offer that we, and by the way, this is our second cut at these. We looked at these in December. We're looking again today. We'll probably bring it at our October in-person meeting as a recommendation to kind of cinch the deal. But if we could think about Dr. Robinson's notion as cross-cutting themes, it may emerge as a fourth goal around advocacy, or we could thread this support for all learners, including those who are in marginalized settings, and what that might look like if we get really clear about that. Trace?
I think that was an amazing point, and I think a way that we actually could tackle that is if we had more localized representation, because of course we have the representation here at the board, but we don't really hear about the issues until they become big issues. So if we could have a way to more localize that representation so we can hear from these certain communities, certain marginalized people, then we could tackle issues before they become a big problem, and we could help assist much easier and much faster than if we did not have more localized representation.
Sure, sure. I like it. Again, I think it goes to voice and feedback and a two-way communication loop, some of those things that we can be more strategic about in support of the department in that regard. Ms. Newman?
Felicia Newman. For my work at the League, we work with people who are striving to do something better with their lives, need assistance in the things they're already doing, you know, with housing or with jobs. And so I would like to see a goal that realizes that if the family group is not fed, housed, have affordable housing or all the things that needs for a child to thrive, that we advocate in the State House for things of that nature as well. So we
Agreed.
can't just say we're just for all the educational goals, right? We need to be have an advocacy that encompasses the entire family. So in terms of restoring voting rights, in terms of making sure that we have affordable housing, to make sure that we have a minimum wage increase, because all those things will help the student. I noticed when I was a prosecutor that we got blamed for what we did. This is the end of the line, right? Everything failed these people, and then they're in our indictment folder, right?
Right.
So that's the kind of thing I think where before it gets to the child is dropping out, the child is not learning, the child is not reading proficiently or at math proficient, we have to advocate for those things that make their life stable so they can learn.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. That makes me think a lot about the work we'll talk about later in today's internal board business as well, that we engage with in partnership with other agencies that we call whole child, whole school, whole community. And so this idea that maybe, Karen, that not just maybe, Karen, I think we definitely need to capture these ideas in a powerful way to recognize that while we are a public education policymaking board and we have a lane, we got to recognize that a lot of lanes merge. To Ms. Newman's comments, that those things merge, and we've got to work on this in a partnership kind of way. So collaborative advocacy about the needs of the whole child, the whole family, and the whole community, I think really resonates with the way we've been thinking about articulating these goals. Yes,
I was
Ms.
looking
Phillips.
at goal 1, under the explore for the workforce development coming from
Yeah.
career and tech ed.
Yeah.
That is near and dear to my heart, and I think we are doing a great job with that across the state, across all of CTE. But I think that is also another area that could build on what Ms. Robinson is talking about, and Ms. Newman, that we can partner with more people in the community and get them on board, using our Family Resource and Youth Service Center coordinators to help get those children placed. I also participated in the Kentucky Transition 360 for educators. And I see a lot of positives through that, especially meeting with those that have a disability. CTE is the backbone of that program also, getting them into a career, getting them interested in things before they leave high school. But we also need the voice of the student there. What are you interested in? And to also be able to give them the time while they're in middle school and high school to explore more than one career pathway also. They need to be able to maybe do family and consumer sciences, culinary, or early childhood, and then also look at phlebotomy, or maybe something in ag or welding. So I think when we put all that together, we will meet a lot of those needs, but we need teacher voice, we need student voice for that.
Excellent, thank you, thank you. Ms. Bloodworth?
I do think some of the things that we're talking about is captured in that introductory paragraph at the beginning of these goals, but maybe that's just not explicit enough. Or
Right,
maybe it
right.
feels a little too,
It's-
fuzzy.
And these,
instead
we don't
of-
monitor the intro,
Right.
while we believe in the intro and it
Mhm.
frames it,
Mhm.
to the work that Karen and her team have done, especially with our amazing dashboard. We want to
Yeah.
make sure it's explicit enough for the monitoring to
I think the
actually
idea
happen.
is there.
Yeah,
but-
agreed, agreed. Yeah, and that's in our DNA, right? The advocacy for every learner. So But we want to make that more visible in the process. So I kind of see a path forward. When you're browsing it like that, Dr. Robinson, I know to call on you.
Yeah. Well, and let's not forget that our theory our theory of an equity agenda is making sure every student experiences vibrant learning with high-quality instructional materials and a reliable, valid way to document their progress so that we know how to serve them further, so that they can, I mean, it's not like there isn't a theory about how we achieve equity, but it's clearly we're not there yet. And also clearly we have aspirations for these students who are experiencing so many challenges. You wonder, when do you have time to focus on being a learner? And how do we create the space in which that can happen for you? So I just, I'm not dismissing that we've got this theory and we're working on it. So I want to understand how we can be more accountable for actually making it happen as a board.
Yeah. So
And that will inform our advocacy, because
agreed.
what
And
we're
that's the
advocating
purpose.
for is on behalf of the kids. So it all ties up for me, but I'm just not seeing the opportunity to collect the data that will keep it front of mind.
So I would suggest as a path forward, Karen, for us would be to, let's work with Glyptis-Ann to make a couple of drafts, maybe as a cross-cutting theme or as an additional goal. And then if we can do that over the course of the next month or so, and then get a draft of that out to board members to react to as an updated version of the draft in your portal today, I think that'll position us well to be able to approve a set of goals at our October meeting.
Will do.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Still on internal board meeting business, we have the regular meeting calendar. If you would go ahead and open that. And we have toyed with some different iterations of the meeting schedule to try to make it purposeful, effective on the part of the board in terms of decision-making, policy, and board learning, at the same time trying to respect your all's time and travel. So to that end, we want to look, according to the board policy manual, specific dates for meetings to be held in the following calendar year shall be established at our first meeting in the new fiscal/school year. So in your portal, you'll see the list of proposed 2027 dates. Board members, you may recall receiving a survey from Glyptis-Ann to get your feedback on the most recent structure, which is 2 half-days here in Frankfurt on the even-numbered months, so that we can bring Holly all the way in from Murray before the afternoon board meeting starts, keep her overnight, and those of you who need to have overnight accommodations, meet in the morning and then get her on the road to Murray in the afternoon. Prior to that, just as a reminder, we try to accomplish it in 6 single-day meetings, and I, for one, recall those being really taxing and arduous. And I felt like late in the afternoon, we were much less effective. I think we were tired. And so that was what we considered in the survey. And we did get some generalized feedback that the 2-day format was the majority preference, a pretty significant majority preference, was to maintain the 2-day format in person for the even-numbered months. And then where did we land on the question of virtual meetings? I'll talk about committee meetings separately, Glyptis-Ann.
Regarding, there were members expressed interest in continuing opportunities for virtual learning, be it as needed, and but also just noting continued interest in hybrid opportunities as needed as well.
Excellent.
For regular meetings.
So let's take those two apart. Just know, just like with Dr. Poe and Secretary Link today, we value your participation however we can get you here, even if you're a 6-foot head like Dr. Poe is in front of me right now. Yeah, he loves it. Even if he is going to fully participate today, he's totally prepared for the meeting. He'll have questions. He'll unmute and jump in if I don't see him to call on him. So just know we invite you here however we can get you, and it's not a problem if you can't be here in person. And we meet the open meetings law requirements by advertising our meetings as hybrid meetings, knowing that most of us will be here in person, but others may be joining virtually. So we definitely want to continue that for each of the meetings that's in the portal. And then I think we landed on, rather than scheduling every odd-numbered month of virtual meetings, that the board leadership team will bring those recommendations when there's something that we want to study and have a need for. We'll get that information and the date out to you all as soon as possible in advance, knowing that we'll have a lot of lead time because we don't drop things on the KDE team to say, hey, come give us a lesson on school finance or school construction or whatever. So we'll have plenty of lead time to invite you to odd-numbered months virtual meetings moving forward, as opposed to going ahead and locking those in on your calendars. Julie?
Will we have a tendency to schedule those odd meeting months typically like the first week of the month, just like our regular board meetings
That's a
are?
good question. That could be something that, Glyptis, we can consider as we think about that. We know, for instance, that we may need from time to time just special called meeting if it's something of an urgent nature. And so that would happen, calendars notwithstanding. Sometimes business just has to be taken care of. But on those that we schedule out, yeah, I think we can look at, which weeks are better, generally speaking, with your calendars moving forward. And one of the things Glyptis does, among many, extremely well, working with Deputy Commissioner Allen, is to think about what those themes and topics may be pretty far in advance. So she's got some ideas about things that we may need to be thinking about in January, for example. So I think that we benefited from the learning time, but we don't want to structure them in such a way that they just become perfunctory, I think. So if you would, taking a look at those, to Julie's point, you'll see that these typically, and in this case, except possibly, we always wiggle around April because of trying to hit spring break pauses. These are generally the first week of the month, as I mentioned, in each of the even-numbered months. Anybody have any questions or concerns about the proposed calendar as presented? All right, I would entertain a motion to ask the board to approve the KBE regular meeting calendar for 2027. Do we have such a motion?
Make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Trimble. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Minter. Any further discussion about next year's calendar? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the calendar, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. More internal board business. We have, again, not unlike the conversation around what's the best meeting calendar, have talked a lot about what is the best standing committee structure for our board. And now that we've kind of gotten to know each other, those of us old members have gotten to know each other over time. We also polled you for feedback on what the committee structure might look like. I would note that all board members are expected to serve on committees as your time will permit. And the board's current standing committees under the board policy manual are the United We Learn / Teaching Learning Committee. Vice Chair Bloodworth has been admirably chairing that for several years, and the State Schools Committee chaired by Dr. Poe. We established those 3 years ago in 2023. And as items before these committees have increasingly moved to the attention and discussion of the full board, we're asking to entertain a motion to dissolve these two. Because what we have found is, and Randy made a really strong case here, we don't want to miss the other meeting. So if you're on the Kentucky United We Learn Committee, you get in there and get to hear all the great stuff happening with our vision and mission of vibrant learning, innovation and accountability, and deep community engagement, while you're over in the State Schools Committee hearing about all the great innovation and school improvement efforts that are happening, and then we come back together and get kind of a brief, often unsatisfactory report because it leaves us wanting to know more. So we're recommending, not because those weren't fabulous committees, but because we really do feel like the whole board benefits from that information. At the same time, our board policy allows for a committee structure. And so in your portal today, there is a decision matrix, a decision tree matrix. Thank you, Aglyptus Ann, for putting that together for us. And we are recommending 3 standing committees. The awards committee, noted earlier, as chaired by Julie Pyle. Their charge is to review nominations and recommend recipients to the full board for consideration of multiple board-sponsored awards. Julie leads a heck of a meeting, and that's a small but mighty team that really enjoys that work. And one of our responsibilities as a board is to, give honor to whom honor is due. And so we recommend the continuation of the standing committee on awards. The new one, I would credit Dr. Poe with this thinking to a large extent as well. It's got a funny name, but let me try to explain it a bit. It would be the KBE Waiver and Innovation Committee. The charge would be to review innovation proposals and waiver requests submitted to the state board, monitor trends in waiver requests and innovation initiatives, and provide recommendations to the full board for action and discussion. So while waivers may sound very compliance-oriented and innovation may sound much more exciting and implementation-oriented, what we really believe, thanks to Dr. Robinson for pulling these threads together, is that our state board is recognized for having a very flexible, inviting waiver environment. And it is through those waiver requests that we begin to see what kind of innovation is happening across the state. We also have new laws related to school innovation. And so really thinking about how waivers help schools begin to innovate, pilot innovation, thinking about those two together, I think makes a lot of sense, again, to Dr. Robinson's credit. So that would be our second standing committee recommendation. And then our third, it would be the KBE School Improvement Committee, whose charge would be to monitor statewide school improvement efforts, accountability implementation, and district performance trends. But the fun part would be to identify areas of progress and opportunity, promote the dissemination of best practices and innovative approaches, and use these insights to then inform the full board. So thinking about those in terms of school innovation as it aligns with Kentucky United We Learn, and the waiver process that allows that innovation to happen. And then lastly, to think about what best practices are already underway, what innovation impact is having on the process of school improvement, as well as the compliance regulations related to comprehensive school improvement and what's the T in TSI? Targeted school improvement as required by state and federal accountability. So let me hush. That's what we're thinking about. We'll talk about assignments here in just a second, but what are your reactions to those recommended new standing committees?
I have a question. These
Yes.
standing committees will meet outside of our regular board meeting.
So we did get that feedback. I'm glad you asked at this juncture. In that survey, we asked about it, and it was, again, very positive, overwhelming. The majority said they should meet as needed. And so we're suggesting that it'll be up to the chairs of those committees to call the meeting. So for instance, tomorrow, Julie has called an in-person awards committee meeting, which we rarely do, for some special work that we need to engage in before the start of the new school year. And so we'll be meeting in person here in Frankfort tomorrow. If we, assuming that we go with this as needed virtual meeting option, then the committee chairs would be responsible for checking with their committee, making sure everybody's available, and then bringing that meeting together virtually. So that's going to be our recommendation. For those of you who haven't been on the board, it was always kind of awkward. How do we go into 2 standing committees? Awards has always been virtual and outside the regular meeting schedule, but to go into those and one committee might need 40 minutes and the other committee might need 50 minutes, and then we came back together and tried to figure it out. So we're trying to smooth out those wrinkles and really rely on virtual to bring more efficiency to that process and to make your all's travel demands lighter. Felicia.
Excuse my ignorance, but
No.
this is my first day.
You get to say that for a year.
So
I still use that.
on the innovation and waiver committee,
Yes.
explain to me, is this where KDE has given schools a directive on how to teach, and then, well, how to do a lesson or whatever, and then schools will submit waivers to not do that, to do something else?
It's a little bit less specific, but you're on the right track. So keeping in mind that our responsibility in the governance of things is mostly around the regulatory process. So if there's a regulation under our control, and frankly, there's a new opportunity for us to even waive statute from last year's General Assembly session, which is available to our board. But within our waiver authority, then a school district, and now under innovation, even a school, can bring an item to us and say, will you waive the start of the school year or any kind of policy. So to teaching and learning, perhaps less specifically, although it could be. Graduation requirement, waivers, exemptions, those kinds of things. So under the regulatory process, and the tie that we're trying to make is that experimenting with these waivers and our monitoring of these waivers begin to show us what the innovation environment in Kentucky is looking like around state regulation and to a certain extent state statute.
Okay, that makes sense.
Great question.
And I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is school improvement committee, is that just on testing and accountability, or is it on anything else?
It's two parts. So on the compliance side of the house, yes, it's the accountability system, comprehensive school improvement, targeted school improvement. And this board does have a function in regard to ensuring that the state and federal accountability systems are monitored for school improvement, and even to the extent that in rare circumstances, we could take over management of a school district in that regard. So in both cases, Ms. Newman, you're making me think about the fact that in both cases, I think kind of brilliantly, we have a compliance responsibility for our new committees as well as this more open innovation. So if we have innovative practices happening that lead to improved school outcomes, something that Dr. Poe has talked about a lot, shouldn't this board be examining those practices and celebrating those practices and putting it out in the internet universe about those practices? So for me, that's the exciting side of it. We have a compliance responsibility and we take that seriously and we do that in a responsible way, but then also that ability to look out and what's happening across the Commonwealth that other schools and districts should be thinking about. Trace?
For the school improvement committee, is that like in reference to test scores, like learning environment, like what exactly does that encompass?
On the compliance side of the house, we do have under federal and state law the responsibility as a board to designate comprehensive school improvement and targeted school improvement for those schools and districts whose performance is in the bottom 5% of all schools in the state. So that's related specifically to test scores. On the other side, though, it will be looking at what are those best practices that are happening around literacy, around vibrant learning, project-based learning, numeracy. What are those practices that are happening? Because we are a school-based governance state, our board doesn't actually have direct authority over instructional practice in our schools, but we have strong policy and regulatory authority over that. And so our influence is significant, even though it's not specific and direct to school councils. Yes.
So when we're seeing those struggling trends, like what are we there to do?
Yeah, I think celebrate, shine a light. The department really follows closely where the board is going in terms of best instructional practice and vice versa. We follow Chief Academic Officer Martinelli and her group in those. So there's this, I might put Dr. Poe on the spot to answer that question as well. There's this opportunity for the School Improvement Committee to promulgate these best practices across the state. One of the comments that Dr. Poe has made on more than one occasion, everybody needs to know that this is happening in this school district and it's making a big difference. So how do we do that? A good expression, how are those groups, how are those schools and districts defying the odds, beating the trends? So that would be that angle. Dr. Poe, would you like to add to this one? I'm sorry for putting you cold call.
Oh, no, sure, I'd love to. I think that it goes back to our particular goals that we had before and the strategies of those goals. And our job on that committee is listening to what is occurring. I mean, it's taken me 5 years now, or 4 years, I guess, on the board to understand all the 17 committees that the commissioner oversees on a daily basis and bringing that information to us. It is their job to work on that, but that is the administrative's role. And they're to bring that. But we as a board also have a collective voice as the community, as the at-large members in your district things, as you talked about earlier, the community voice, for us to ask questions also in those committee meetings so that we're all on the same page and we're leading to that pyramid of success. And that's where the administration comes into play. That's where our role as a board comes into play. Our role is not to do that work, but our role is to trust and verify that particular work so that when we vote on something and we're encouraging that, we are then selling that to the community and to the legislature because we're the legislative representatives to the voice. And so that's where KDE and KBE come together for the goals of the students.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Trace, does that clear up? I think your question really helps us, along with Ms. Newman, to kind of make sure we know what we're doing with these.
Yeah, I just want to clarify on the, like who and what we're listening to.
Yes.
Like, are we listening to like school administrators? Are we listening to community, students, teachers? What exactly are we
Yeah, so it would depend on the topic. On the way, if we're talking about school improvement side of the house, quite often it would be the board inviting Commissioner Fletcher and members of his leadership team to come in about specific topics. The one that I think we would resonate with most is around literacy, for example. And so they're going to come in and report on how the literacy efforts, multiple literacy efforts across Kentucky are unfolding. We would bring Dr. Brewer in to talk about the work of teacher certification and changes or teacher preparation, for example. So often it would be Commissioner Fletcher and his team, but the exciting part is that in that same realm, we've brought in school districts. I remember Corbin Independent Red Hounds coming in to talk about their literacy work, for example. So the spotlight shining would likely be on school districts and sometimes even individual schools. So, so that committee would be meeting and in a virtual setting almost always, unless it coincided with the actual in-person board meeting. I'll just go ahead and tell you what I'm going to tell you in just a minute. We've asked Dr. Poe to chair that committee, and so he would work with the commissioner and the board chair, vice chair, and Glyptis Ann and Todd to determine what those agendas look like and who would be invited in front of the board. As a member of that committee, if that's the one that interests you, as a member of that committee, you'll inform Dr. Poe, hey, I know something that's happening in Warren County that I think we should all be talking about in terms of school improvement, and Dr. Poe would, arrange to hear from those folks as well.
Thank you for your clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to add something. I think this is somewhere that a lot of districts lack in bragging on themselves.
Right.
Letting you know what's going on.
Right.
In that district. And I'm not sure that as a board, what we can do, but I think that there really needs to be some encouragement of that, because I see great things going on in our district or the district next door, but you're not really hearing about it because we're so busy in the trenches getting that information out. So I don't know how to encourage them, but that would be something I think that committee could maybe pull on.
Yeah, and so I think to your point on shining a light, remember, anytime somebody comes before the state board, even in a virtual meeting, there's going to be a KDE press release. The comms team is all about that, so that good news goes out through all of our media portals, and I'm always amazed at how well saturated we are in terms of that information, so I think that's really helpful too. Mr. Trimble?
Well, I know that Dr. Fletcher, as he goes out to all his meetings, he really emphasizes
Yes.
districts working together and doing innovative things, and he's really pushed that really hard over the last 2 or 3 years. So I appreciate that, because I agree with you. People doing great things, why rebuild and start over, to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
So, and he's really pushed hard on that, and I think we're getting a lot of districts working together at this point.
Yes.
But we need to do more.
And we have communities across the state where there's enough bad news that finding some room for some good news
Amen.
rarely
Great challenge.
happens.
That's right.
So I think we've got to get much more intentional on telling the good news, not to declare victory, but to give us nourishment and encouragement to stay in the fight. And so this is, we're not trying to just march behind a banner and say that it's done. But I fear we have too many communities who think that it's not doable. It can't be done. And people make important decisions based on whether they have any hope or not. And so, we've got to inspire hope and work and devotion to the vision rather than let the bad news take all the airtime.
Yeah.
So, this is really an important aspect of certainly serving these students. Because even in Jefferson County, Fayette County,
Yep.
You'll read about them and all the bad news all over the state. There is so much good news that people don't even have an inkling. So I just think we've got to kind of find a way to leverage that good news. We got documentation of it. We have pictures. We have video. So I think we've got to find a way to be a lot more intentional. Otherwise, too many people will lose hope.
And I think a lot of it might be on the district themselves. They just forget to say, look at what amazing thing we're doing. I'm not sure what the answer is there to get that out.
But a district will say, look, we were recognized by the Kentucky Board of Education at this meeting in this press release. And we find that that's very affirming for them. It's hard to toot your own horn all the time. So
getting that
somebody else
information
tooting
to
it
us
is a good thing.
sometimes is lost. They forget to say, hey, look what's going on.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the encouragement would be there. I don't know what I'm not sure, but when we were talking about that, I'm like, there are so many good things going on, and it does get lost.
Yeah. I think you'll really appreciate, Stephanie, about the celebratory nature of our board meetings. Even starting today, we have an award today, an award tomorrow, and that's the dessert for our board meetings. So I love that part of it.
If I may, Chair.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that we were able to participate in yesterday was the Interim Joint Committee on Education, and we were invited to share good news. And that's so refreshing to be in front of the General Assembly to talk about. First of all, we were the fifth highest. We had the fifth highest gains from 22 to 25 in reading. We had the eighth highest gains in mathematics over that same time period. And they were asking us questions about this. Also, too, as part of that meeting, they asked for Warren County to talk about their impact center and all the great things that are going on there. So to have that also within our General Assembly, that they're asking those type of questions, they want to hear about it. But also, too, as I see a lot with this committee is, why are those increases happening? Can we identify the districts that are making, like, for example, we highlighted Marion County. It was one of the ones that was recognized nationally as far as their gains in both reading and mathematics. So we took some time to highlight them yesterday. So having districts come in and be highlighted as we are making these type of gains across the state, who are the leaders that are helping us make those gains and why? So I think that School Improvement Committee, has that opportunity to tell the story.
But at the same time, it can be hard hitting and
It can be.
cutting in terms of
Can be.
if we lift the lid and there's some garbage to be found there, then it's our responsibility to talk about that too. This is not lipstick on a pig. This is really both the hard work of it all and the celebration of it all, I think is the responsibility. So let me mention, Dr. Pohl, I can see you have a question.
First of all, I was going to comment exactly what Commissioner Flesher said yesterday. That was a great session, and I think that House Education Chair on the joint interim thing has done a great job by highlighting that, and we just need to continue that. And when we're talking about promotion, that's where Chair Young and myself will be promoting this message across KSA, and KSBA at the different things. but also highlighting those that will not highlight themselves. For example, like you said, the Warren County Impact Center, the Nelson County LIFT, the Barron County ATC, lots of different great things going on that we know about. And yes, it sometimes takes a push to get that superintendent out front to speak about it. But as we tell them, when you're not speaking about it, you're not telling about the great things that the teachers and the students are doing. This is not about the administrators. This is not about the things. It's about the work being done. But as you just said, Chair Young, it's also for those that's new to the thing. We have raised serious questions about where we are on NAEP and other things, and we're making some improvements on that. We focused on that yesterday at that joint interim meeting. But we also hit those hard questions, as former chair, Ms. Robinson said. Where are our lower or our multiple gap groups, how they're doing, where they are, and how can we intercede between this excellence and these gaps, and how can we reduce those gaps, knowing that there's not a short-term fix to these things. And what is then the advocacy work we have to do to the legislature for the resources of those that need it? Like the Impact Center didn't happen by itself.
Right.
The Up Center didn't happen by itself. Ignite didn't happen. Those were Governor Beshear's initiatives through innovation funds. And we have an opportunity, and that's where your other committee is going to come into play, the innovation and the waivers for money that the legislature set aside, that we're going to have to make those decisions as a KDE board. You know, they specify Covington being one, but we're going to have 2 other districts that are going to hopefully be piloting all these things that we're talking about in theory here, but let's take them to an implementation stage. So that's where Kelly Foster's department comes into play, Karen Dodd's department, Miss
Mickey Marinelli.
her new name. It's hard for me to get there after calling her Mickey Ray for
Mickey Ray.
100 years.
Yeah.
So all that comes together in these new committee structures. I personally want to applaud you and Chair Long and the team that looked at this. I think this is a better structure than what we had. And I think going forward, a lot of the questions that new members have are no different than when we were new members that we had.
Right.
And a lot of it is, the hardest thing that I had to choose when I was being a new member is what committee I wanted to serve on, because they all are valuable in what we're doing. And it's really the toughest decision, because right now as a new member, that's where you're going to have the most impact, is in the committee meetings.
Right.
That's where the rubber meets the
you're
road.
right.
So it's a challenge, because I love being on the state school committee with special ed and the ATCs, and 4 years ago, we led the advocacy work of the legislature, upping $140 million into the ATC funds. We were able to convince them they were needed as an upgrade. What a powerful thing to remember. In our special ed department, continues to get praises from the federal government on how well we're one of the top performers. But you don't learn those things if you're not in the committee meetings asking the questions. So it's their hardest decision they're going to have to make, what they want to choose to be actually involved in. Innovation or ongoing work, because to me, it's hard for me to choose between, because, my forte that I love is the innovation and waivers, but also I know that after innovation comes implementation. So I can only choose one. And I like the ones that you've asked me to serve on. So take it seriously and really think about what you want as a new member.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Randy. And to your point, our goal is not to whitewash challenges that are happening in schools and districts across Kentucky. So it won't be all happy talk. You'll have roll up your sleeves, hard work, and hard recommendations to make. And all of the recommendations, of course, that come out of committee come directly to this board for consideration. So we do lock arms around innovation, school improvement, even the awards process. So I'm going to offer a slate of recommended committee members in just a minute that Dr. Robinson spearheaded for your consideration. But before I do that, I also want to mention that in addition to our standing committees and an occasional ad hoc committee, there are other opportunities for board members to be engaged as you have the time and interest. So I wanted to note that Steve Trimble has agreed to serve on the Commonwealth Education Continuum, which is an effort now 4 or 5 years old, led under the direction of the Council for Post-Secondary Education, Dr. Aaron Thompson and Dr. Amanda Ellis. Dr. Pate on our board has agreed to chair for the second year in a row the board's engagement with the National Association of State Boards of Education High School Transformation, Stephanie, which is something I'm sure you're going to want to follow as our state network work. And Julie has very diligently served as our representative on this interagency group that we call Whole Community, I got it wrong earlier, Whole School, Whole Community, and Whole Child Subcommittee. And I want to also note that we have an available spot on that committee. Julie will be reporting on it in board. Have you all met since?
No, we meet next week.
Okay, they will meet next week. So you'll hear more about that, but Julie is your go-to person about that interagency work. We do have an available slot for a second Kentucky Board of Education member on that team if that interests you as well. So before I get to the motion about the dissolution of current standing committees and the establishment of new ones, this is Sharon and I heads together with Glyptis Ann and the commissioner to think about what you might be interested in. So we're going to recommend this slate by committee, but know that you can absolutely swap spots as you see fit. For the awards committee, I want to get really clear here because we'd love to have more than the 3 members that we generally run on. This is the really quick, fast committee.
But it's fun.
But it's fun. The work happens prior to the committee meeting. You'll receive encrypted documents for all of the nominees for our various awards, and we have that slated out for a full year. You'll read those nominations and use a scoring rubric to determine you as an individual awards committee member to determine your top choices. And then Julie brings us together and we kind of deliberate as to which ones should actually receive the award. I can't think of an awards committee meeting that has lasted more than 20 minutes.
I think our longest might have been 30.
Okay, so it's, if you have the time, I read at night, so I read my coursework at night, Patty, and awards nominations at night, that kind of thing. So right now, Julie has agreed to continue to serve as chair. I'm going to continue to serve as a board member, and we've asked Stephanie if she would be our third member. But I have 5 more lines on my table for anyone
Yes.
else that would like to join
We'd
us.
like to have a couple more.
A good time is had by all. So think about that one. But we do have a full committee offered there. Dr. Robinson has agreed to chair our Waiver and Innovation Committee. This is so much her jam. And we are recommending for your consideration Dr. Minter, Mr. Trimble, and Mr. McKinney for membership on that group. Again, we can swap out here in just a minute. And then, as I mentioned, Dr. Poe has agreed to chair the School Improvement Committee. And we are recommending Felicia, Trace, and Justin. Did I get those all right, Sharon? Yeah. And did I miss anybody? Dr. Robinson.
Well, as Lou said, there's room for more on any of the committees, but let us know.
Oh, that's right, Holly. We want you on this one.
We had not assigned our ex officio members, but we would love to have both Secretary Link and President Thompson give us the indication of the committee on which they would like to serve.
Excellent.
And
I added Miss Bloodworth to School Improvement Committee with Dr. Poe.
I knew you'd do that.
I did too.
But please give it some thought. But these are the rosters that we had come up with as we were getting to know you and thinking about your interests, where your interests might lie.
And so the policy manual allows the chair to actually appoint members, but as I mentioned, let me know if you want to swap. So our motion for consideration before the board, however, is twofold. I would ask the board to entertain a motion to dissolve the Standing Committees United We Learn / Teaching and Learning and State Schools Committee, and to establish the KBE Awards Committee, Waiver and Innovation Committee, and School Improvement Committees as charged, and approve the appointments. Oh, it does say approve the appointments of. Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry, I thought that was the chair's prerogative. And approve the appointments of KBE members to those committees. So in the discussion session, if you guys want to have a swap session, that's okay too. First, before we get to discussion, do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Ms. Pyle, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Trimble, thank you. Any discussion? Anybody want to trade? Yay. Excellent. Any further discussion? I think we're going to call them WIC and SIC, Waiver and Innovation and School Improvement. Maybe we'll come up with something better than that. Oh, and I did, and just by way of discussion, did want to add something that Dr. Poe reminded me of. Please, we want to make sure that Dr. Hargis and Dr. Hilton know that we are not abandoning our focus on our state schools. So for our new members, we are the Board of Education for the Kentucky School for the Deaf, the Kentucky School for the Blind, and our area 50 area technology centers. And we believe they will actually show up frequently on school improvement as well as waiver and innovation. So this in no way represents any lack of continued interest or support on behalf of this board for our state schools. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. The next one, we didn't talk about this committee because it's not that fun, but it also rarely meets. So I'll preface it by saying that we must, according to state law, appoint members of the Kentucky Board of Education to serve on the State Evaluation Appeals Panel, or SEAP. Deputy Commissioner Allen can say more about what those roles and responsibilities are, but we actually serve in a decision-making capacity when educators across the state choose to appeal their evaluation for the year. After it goes to the local school board level, any further appeal of that process then comes to the state board. So those appointments of 3 Kentucky board members to serve on the State Evaluation Appeals Panel for 26-27 are open at this time. Last year's representatives were Holly Bloodworth, Steve Trimble, and Lou Young. So we haven't met for, I remember one meeting in my 6 years.
It's been a few years
3 years.
since we've had an appeal, and we don't have any before us right now. October is usually the month that they typically come in, but as you indicate, we have not had any in a few years. If we do have any, of course, our office will communicate with the members, provide them all the materials that they need to review in advance for the meeting. It's really just
And there's
an
hearing
administrative
process. It's legally conducted. You can imagine how that would flow. So I am happy to continue on that list. Holly, Steve, anybody else?
I'm happy to. If
Yay.
somebody would like Felicia, sounds like it's up her alley. She's
Oh.
got her hand up.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, I love that slate. And Steve, you got off the hook on that one.
Good.
He bribed me before.
You already made a new best friend, Steve Trimble, smart like a fox. So, thank you so much. I would ask the board to entertain a motion to appoint Felicia Newman, Holly Bloodworth, and Lou Young to serve on the State Evaluation Appeals Panel for 26-27. Do we have such a motion?
I'll make
Dr.
that
Robinson, second from Mr. McKinney. Any further discussion? All those in favor respond with aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Excellent, thank you so much. We, now I'm going to ask the Deputy Commissioner Allen, General Counsel Todd Allen, to come to the table for us. Our last item on internal board business is about our own Kentucky Board of Education policy manual. You may want to refer to the items in the portal And Mr. Allen does a really, really good job of maintaining the practice of board policy manual work as well as the integrity of that. And he's going to present the recommended changes for this year.
Thank you very much, Chair Young. So typically at the board's August retreat agenda, we take the opportunity to annually review the board's policy manual and make any updates that we see fit at that point in time. We've gone through that exercise here at the department for you and made recommendations, but of course it's the board's policy manual, so the changes that are made, if any, are up to you all to go forward. When you look at the document in the portal, it may look overwhelming if you're looking at it in tracked changes. There are quite a few, but it's a little bit easier viewed if you view it in the manner where it doesn't show you all of the red line version. Most of the changes that you see is really just rearranging content and changing the style of it, such as font, things of that nature, to make the document look a little bit more modern. So we took the opportunity to do that. I will walk you through the changes, more substantive changes. The first is we added a section at the very beginning of the policy manual related to the board's mission, vision, and goals. When we looked at policy manuals of other state boards of education, they had this at the very beginning of their policy manual. Hearing the board's discussion earlier about its goals, though, and how those may change over the year, you all may wish to not include the goals in the policy manual document, since it sounds like there are some proposed changes to those upcoming. So I'll pause there and see if there's any feedback, if the desire is to strike the goals from that document. Just keep the mission and vision.
Good idea.
Until we get there, yeah, let's do it. And no reason to have to come back to it. So we'll push out our goals documents in an infographic or in some other document format.
Very good. The next change, we just, on the legal provisions, the statutes regarding the State Board of Education, nothing really changed substantively there. We just added headings to the document and then made any updates based on changes by the Kentucky General Assembly during the recent legislative session.
You might refer to page numbers, Todd, please.
Okay, I'm looking at page numbers in the simple view, not the red line view.
Okay.
And I'm on page 11 right now. The section heading is Kentucky Board of Education Policies and Procedures, and we'll start with the governance section.
So on the no markup view, page 11.
Down at the bottom of that page, we clarify that the board's vice chair shall assume all duties of the chair in his or her absence. It was already noted earlier in the governance section related to officers that if there is a vacancy in the role of chair, the vice chair automatically will assume that role. But we also clarified here that in the event the chair is absent for any reason, the vice chair would assume any type of responsibilities that are necessary.
And if we were to play out the Senate confirmation and for whatever reason I wasn't confirmed as chair, then we wouldn't miss any beat in terms of transfer of leadership authority to vice chair to move us forward. I wouldn't go off the board, I just would not remain on as chair, and that would give Holly the authority to step up and stand in that role.
Is that the first year that we've done that, where the
Yes.
person has to be
Yes.
Senate confirmation?
Yes.
This will be the first time, yes. And that will occur when the General Assembly comes back into session in January 2027.
Do we anticipate, what do we anticipate in that? Or you have no
Well,
idea?
Yeah.
I
We'll
anticipate sailing through the confirmation process.
That is the-
Confirmed as a board member.
I was, right? And generally speaking, it would happen likely in April, although they could choose to take it up anytime from January forward. But in the event it, for whatever reason, it were to be that I wasn't confirmed in April, I guess my heartburn is that if they don't take it up at all, then under this statute, I'm no longer chair. So, and sometimes they get really busy at the end and they're approving boards appointments right and left. So in my thinking, worst case scenario is it doesn't make it to the docket and then I'm out come sine die. In which case it would go straight to Holly and then we would come back to the board and choose a new chair and vice chair. But we don't know how that's going to all play out.
I'm promoting that the chair has to sit in front of in front of the Senate and take a questioning session like
Just
the
like the
commissioner had to.
commissioner. Yes,
Just so
yes.
everyone knows.
That would be great.
Oh, I'm subject to that.
Okay, good question. Sorry, Todd.
Oh,
Please
no,
proceed.
quite all right. Moving on over to page 12, under section 3, boardsmanship expectations. This is a new section that we added and proposed, again, based on some other states that have this included in their policy manuals. Local school districts also have policies about ethical responsibilities and expectations of their board members, how they expect board members to conduct themselves and behave during board meetings. So again, just for your consideration, whether you want that or not, but we went ahead and included it for you to review and react to.
I like it, Todd.
I will move over to page 14. We added a new section titled Contracts. As we've had discussions over the years, statute allows this board to either act or establish policy on all contracts of the Department of Education. And based on our research, it's been this board's policy since the enactment of the Education Reform Act to delegate all of that contracting authority to the Commissioner of Education. And we thought that this would be a good opportunity to commit that to writing. Of course, the exception is the Commissioner may not contract with himself. Any employment contracts related to the employment of the Commissioner would be for this board to take up.
And Todd, you also require a quarterly report to the board on contracts that
contract
have
issuance.
been entered.
That's correct. And the board is already receiving those, but
Right.
it memorializes that in
Right.
writing.
It's pretty much codifying current practice.
Agreed.
Moving down under the meeting section, number 1, schedule, we'll strike the sentence about regular meetings of the board for working sessions based on your all's earlier conversation today, that the board will have its regular meetings every other month in person and then only as needed call special meetings for working sessions.
Thank you.
At the bottom of page 15, under voting, we added a clarification that when members of the board are present but abstain from voting, they are considered as acquiescing with the majority voting on that particular matter. And that's just a legal conclusion based on the way the courts have ruled on that topic.
But it is still possible for a board member to absent oneself from the convening.
Yes, so if someone is going to abstain from voting, you can indicate that you're abstaining. If it's because there's a conflict of interest, you should disclose that to your fellow board members and exit the room. But for the counting of actual votes, so if we had a split vote, that would actually count as a vote with the majority.
Even absented?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's it.
Okay.
All that redlining.
Most of it is to arrange things a little bit better and make it a little bit more user-friendly, especially to our new board members who are coming on and will want to familiarize themselves with and utilize the policy manual.
And I believe Trace and Stephanie received hard copies of the manual when they were here for orientation. So Ms.
the
Newman
old
and
manual,
Ms. Dr. Minter will receive those as well. Any questions for Deputy Commissioner Allen before we consider a motion? Nothing more fun than policy work. Thank you so much for all the details there, and I would ask the board for a motion to approve the amendments to the Kentucky Board of Education Policy Manual as described. Do we have such a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Minter, do we have a second? Ms. Newman, any further discussion? Hearing no. All those in favor, please respond with aye.
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 Opposed, no. Thank you. Yay. All right, and within, Dr. Robinson, within 5 minutes of the scheduled time, we're moving to item 5, legislative priorities. I'd like to invite Dr. Perry, Dr. Brian Perry, our Kentucky Department of Education Director of Government Relations, to lead us in the board's discussion regarding the state board's legislative priorities for the 2026-28 biennium. Draft priorities are included in the board's portal, and you've had a chance to review those, hopefully, but Dr. Perry has some slides that he'll walk us through as we consider these priorities. Take it away, Brian.
Thank you, Chair Young. So just as a little background for the new members, when I got to the department about 4.5 years ago, the board was approving their legislative priorities, I think in October.
Right.
So just ahead of the legislative session. That's really not nearly enough time to advocate for the priorities of the board. By the time we get to October, we're mostly done with the interim session. There's 1 or 2 remaining IJCEs. It doesn't give the commissioner and I a lot of time to get over and set up meetings, and especially as we think about bigger topics. So this past session, we were able to get House Bill 257 across the finish line. That was the bill kind of reimagining the assessment and accountability system, adding some local measures of quality and some other things. It took us the better part of a year and a half to really advocate for that. And so that just kind of gives you an idea of why we're having this conversation now. So I'm thankful to Chair Young and Commissioner Fletcher. We have sort of pushed up the time that the board is thinking about legislative priorities over the past few years. About a year ago, I started talking to Dr. Jones and the commissioner about the idea of doing a conversation coming right out of the session, right out of the budget session, of kind of a what got done, what didn't get done, to really start thinking about what you all want to accomplish over the next 2 years, particularly in terms of big items that may take a long runway to get there, or that we need to think about having a budget component in the next budget bill. And I know that kind of sounds crazy because it feels like we just got done with the budget session, but a year from now, the House will likely have a draft budget well underway. And so we've really got to kind of get ahead of the curve. And so that kind of brings us here today. And so the legislative priorities in the past have been pretty specific, pretty granular. So Dr. Jones and I tried to kind of broaden them a bit. And you see some kind of questions there on the board for you to think about as you all discuss this. I don't think you're going to vote on these today. So we'll vote on them at maybe the October meeting. But it is a chance for you all to start having a conversation about what does the board want to get accomplished over the next few years. What might that entail in terms of the next budget bill? As I was thinking about this, I added in the topical question because issues like AI are part of a national conversation. We've had a lot of conversations or hearing a lot of conversations around things like screen time and the use of education technology in the classroom, in schools. So there's sort of these topical things bubbling up around us that you all may want to consider action on. But I guess that's sort of the broad topic for today. Happy to kind of answer any questions. The other part of this I'll add in for the new members. Next spring, the board will consider what we call additional budget requests. So in addition to the base budget of the department, the offices of the department, of which there are quite a few, put forward additional budget requests for a large variety of things. And they're pretty numerous. I think we submitted 27 this last time, or something close to that. The board has ranked them or tried to rank them for the past few years. Over the past year or so, there's been some conversation about potentially narrowing the scope of those, right? So putting forward a much smaller number. There's pros and cons to that that we can talk about later. But I say that to say, as you think about your legislative priorities, we're hoping that this document, once you get to the ABR portion, will sort of help guide what ABRs you might want to either put forward as the top priorities of the department and the board, or what small number do we want to put forward, but sort of trying to help you all link those two things a little more clearly than we have done in the past. So hopefully that makes sense. And with that, Chair Young, I'll turn it back over to you and the commissioner.
Thank you. And if you guys would put take the slide down and put Randy back on the screen so he can participate in this conversation as well. And apologies in advance, but I see several associate commissioners in the room. So Matt and David and Mickey and Jennifer and Meredith, if you guys will come up toward the front in case in this conversation board members want to put you on the spot about some legislative ideas. I really appreciate the legwork, Dr. Perry, and you can see how nicely he and Dr. Jones and the commissioner have aligned this conversation around legislative priorities to our board goals. So I hope you can begin to see the coalescence of our United We Learn vision, all of the efforts on a policymaking basis of this state board, along with our board goals and our legislative priorities. So you can begin to see these things all come together. And then in October, we'll be evaluating the commissioner, and he'll show you how he has also pulled all of these threads together for a tapestry of work that we do as a state board and the impact that we have. So I'm going to hush and open it up for any discussion and questions you might have, specifically looking at that item in the portal, the 2628 legislative priority recommendations. Much like with the board goals, we'll gather all of your input. Ms. Dodd, you may want to come up here too, just in case. Let's hear from you about what your initial reactions are. Oh, yeah, that would be great. We do have new board members. I'll ask the commissioner to introduce his team, and then I think I hear a question coming from Dr. Robinson. So who are those people, Commissioner? That's the lineup.
Let each introduce themselves.
And Dr. Tucker Woods is back there,
Dr.
too.
Brewer, if you'll start, and then we'll go to Dr. Tucker, and then move from there.
Good morning. I'm Meredith Brewer. I am the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness.
Mickey Marinelli, Chief Academic Officer in the Office of Teaching and Learning. Welcome.
No T. I said Martinelli earlier. I keep working on it, Mickey.
Marinelli.
Mickey Ray, Mickey. Oh, and Dr. Foster's here too. Come on up, Dr. Foster. You can't sit back there.
I'm David Couch with the Office of Education Technology.
Excellent. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to our new members. I'm Jennifer Stafford. I'm the associate in the Office of Assessment and Accountability.
And while you're there, a quick announcement about what happened today.
So great news. We have released the test scores for all of our students from spring testing 2026. We ended testing on June 5th. And August 5th, we released over 1.5 million test scores.
Listen,
Heck
heck must have
Fabulous.
just frozen over. I never thought in my lifetime. This is often Halloween before this is actually announced. Way to
Yes.
go, Jennifer.
First ever.
That's
That's
right.
great.
Matt,
My name's Matt Ross. I'm the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Finance and Operations. You'll be
excellent.
seeing a lot of me.
He's the money and the easement guy, yeah.
Good morning, Chief Performance Officer Karen Dodd. I oversee strategic planning, research, and internal controls.
Dr. Foster.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Foster. I am the Associate Commissioner of the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support.
Thank you. Dr. Tucker Woods.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Tucker. I serve as Deputy Commissioner. I have the pleasure of supporting and helping to lead our outstanding Office of Teaching and Learning, and also supporting our comprehensive school counseling program and any of our other great offices that are here. As Chair Young mentioned, tremendously talented people who are here to serve our kids, administrators, and of course our board as well. And of course, anything the commissioner suggests that I do.
All those other duties, all those other duties as assigned, yes. Thank you so much,
We
Thomas.
also have our Director of Communications online,
Oh, okay,
Jennifer.
There she is.
Oh, nope.
Oh,
I
nope.
saw the
Oh.
picture. I'm sorry.
I heard you guys talking, so I ran down the hallway.
Oh, yay, good.
Hi, Jennifer Gann, Director of Communications. For all you new folks, you'll be seeing a whole lot of stuff from me in your inbox. So
that's right.
Apologize in advance, and you're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, and you're welcome. And you guys have met Deputy Commissioner Todd Allen today already, and you met Dr. Perry.
Dr.
You know
Greta
Dr.
Hilton
Jones.
is our Office of Special Education Early Learning.
Oh, yes, Dr. Hilton's not here.
She's not here.
Okay. All right, quite the lineup. Okay, thank you. So back to our discussion at hand. Questions, Dr. Robinson, or any further discussion about these items as we continue to massage them into what we want to approve come October?
Well, I'm going to go right to it. Our school districts are all under financial stress. And it is not, I'm not seeing anything that makes me optimistic that that stress is going to get any less. So I think we ought to figure out if this is a time to get real specific and insist on full funding for state, for transportation costs, the real cost, the reality. The members of the legislature buy gas just like everybody else. And so they know that that reality visits on schools in so many ways. The other aspect that we are dealing with, it's like the cost of the technology and staying a national leader in the use of technology for education support. I mean, it's not just pride that makes me want to see us stay there. It's been so helpful, the technology infrastructure and services that we can provide to districts, to researchers, to parents, and certainly students. I mean, it's just phenomenal. And it worries me to have to even contemplate, how would we ever do without it? Or if we fall behind, I mean, if we fall behind, making up for it, it's going to cost even more. So kind of it's adhering to our strategic plan for the technology support that every educator in the state depends on.
If I may add, for those of you who may not know, when we talk about transportation, the last budget funds transportation at about 81% of what it actually costs the district to fund for and we're not talking about extracurricular activities. We're talking about transportation to and from school.
Yeah.
That's right.
So 81% of the funding, and that may be a high estimate with, of course, with the increases in costs of buses to transfer fuel, other things of that nature. So when we talk about that, the funding is about 81% when it comes to transportation. As far as technology, we've come at a point where we're a little bit of a funding cliff, if you will, and I'm sure David would add to this, but we were able to provide so many more resources for our districts with ESSER funding. For example, the online registration, we offered that through ESSER funding for a couple of years, and now that funding's gone, so we can't offer that anymore, and that was a great service. So districts are having to take that, if they want to continue, they have to take that cost on themselves. Cybersecurity type issues, other things too that we've offered that now districts are going to have to take on if they don't, because we just can't supply that funding. Of course, we are prioritizing everything from, all the other technology that we have that are Munis systems, Infinite Campus, things of that nature, but the added benefits of online registration for Infinite Campus, we can't afford those anymore. So, there's a lot of things that, as far as technology, that we were able to offer districts that we can't anymore. And as far as facilities, the legislature passed a bill that nickels are no longer be equalized. The General Assembly essentially told 40 some odd districts that you'll never build a new school, because unless you have, more often than not now in this time with the increase of costs, unless you have two equalized nickels, you're not going to be able to afford to build a school in your community. Always before, the push was if you had you'll get funding from the state if you have a nickel that you've passed a nickel. Now that's been dropped. So we have to be able to figure out a way to, and it's in here already, to modernize funding for district facilities. And if you look at the cost, quick example, and I'm getting into the weeds just a little granular. I'll use Scott County High School and Great Crossing as an example. Great Crossing was completed, I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood of around $50–60 million. After COVID, they proposed a Scott County High School, which is now built, but the mirror image of Great Crossing. The mirror image of that Great Crossing was, it went up to over $100 million in cost in their projections. So they had to make some cuts in order to make sure that they had that second high school. So just in a 3-year time frame, 3 to 4 years, you had the cost of the exact same building to go up at least 2/3, which is amazing. So with that being said, when you look at facilities, every single student, regardless of the property values in the state, deserve the best facilities. And so we want to make sure, how can we make sure we advocate for that? So those are just 3 areas. And we're not even talking about, increasing SEEK. Of course, transportation is a part of SEEK, but increasing SEEK, things of that nature too. So
Fully funding preschool.
absolutely, thank you for that. And 2, something else that we have been fully funding kindergarten now for 2 to 3 years. That's only in the budget. It's not been codified.
That's right.
So just with the change in the budget language, then we'd go back to only half-day kindergarten funded, and districts are picking up the other half costs if they had full-day
We can't go
kindergarten.
backwards.
Exactly.
So thank you. Just a point of process on this, a couple things. Dr. Mentor, I think you would probably appreciate this. One of the things that, as a board team, we've agreed to do is a front and back one-pager. In order, we can't expect the members of our General Assembly, when they're also considering healthcare and insurance and building roads and all of the things they're responsible for, to have the same level of understanding about our challenges. So to Brian and Glyptis-Ann's credit, going back to Dr. Brewer's original work, we do really try to keep this as pithy and helpful as possible. I know, Mr. McKinney, you had to do this at the court level as well. So that's one of the features we want you to think about. But don't forget that the detail will still happen in the annual budget request. The ABR process will get super granular. We'll get you dollar figures in the hundreds of millions. We'll get you those dollar figures as well. But we're going to try to streamline that process along the way as well. The other thing I'll mention that Dr. Perry didn't mention is he does a really good job we're kind of in the early launch of our legislative draft, but the Kentucky School Boards Association will have a draft. The Kentucky Association of School Superintendents will have a list of priorities. The Kentucky Association of School Administrators, the Kentucky Education Association, the Jefferson County Teachers Association, all of the groups will have legislative priorities as well. And one of the things Dr. Perry does a really nice job is to look across those and begin to see where is the synthesis of legislative priorities bubbling across the education ecosystem in Kentucky that will help us further inform. Felicia, your question or comment?
So what I'm trying to figure out is who sets these priorities? Is it the commissioner who sets the priorities? Or is it, do you take a poll of your people and tell them, how do we get to this?
These are ours. So this
Okay,
is
these are
the
ours.
first
Okay.
draft.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about it today, think about it, and look to approve a final list of these at the October board meeting. It really, quite frankly, dovetails with the commissioner's evaluation, since he sets a lot of his goals around our our board goals and our legislative priorities. And then we'll kind of carry our one-pager around. So Holly and I'll go over to the Capitol with Brian or Robbie or any combination of folks. I'll drag Randy along, and we'll hand out this one-pager to say, here's some of the main
Or
things we're
any of
talking about.
you?
Yes, all of
Yeah.
you are invited for these. I mean, nothing like a fun time on the Hill, right? So, and we can, look, Randy said big thumbs up. We can eat in the cafeteria.
Yeah, it's important. Yeah, it's very important.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I would love to put you on the spot, Patty, and just kind of your reaction to the early conversation, making sense of this.
Well, it's heartbreaking that when I was in office, we were trying to get SEEK to be fully funded, and one of my big platform issues, I represented 2 school districts in Warren County, and both my superintendents, their number one issue was you need transportation fully funded. Of course, that hasn't happened yet.
We're still having the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So I'm delighted to be part of advocacy to talk to people, because those one-on-ones, having a good one-pager, having those one-on-ones or the two-on-ones is so crucial in moving the conversation along. And many, there are always many new legislators, many of whom have no background in education, and they don't know what they don't know. So they're very excited. I was always excited to talk to people who knew so much about things about which I knew nothing, which was a lot. So again, I think the advocacy piece is very, very important, but great start. And of course, I always love to see the statutory cleanup because that's part of legislative bingo.
That's the
is
sexy
cleanup
one.
bill.
Yeah,
Yes, the
sexy cleanup bill, yeah.
But dealing with things that are, antiquated mandates that are
Yeah.
still there, and drove my superintendents and probably all of yours crazy. So.
Yeah, Todd and Brian have done a really good job. We've got a good laundry list of those
Yeah,
items that
I
need to
bet
be
you
cleaned
do.
up. Yeah, we do. Thank you for that perspective.
Sure,
Super
thank you.
helpful. And I kind of misled you saying come to Frankfurt, but Senator Neal would love to hear from you, probably talk to him on a regular basis. So you'll have your one pager, and goes back to our board comportment policy manual discussion. When you're there, you are one member of the Kentucky Board of Education. But locally, conversations in Danville and in Bowling Green and up in Northern Kentucky, Julie and Randy are all over the legislators in their own areas. That local is, all politics are local, plays out very clearly in the work that we do. So to your point, Felicia, that's very much where we will land in terms of how we use these once we approve the final draft.
So I just want to add one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Is what I had mentioned earlier is I appreciate all of these things on here. These are all important goals. But again, I think the collaboration or the support of other types of things that affect the whole family are just paramount. Like, we know that we need more money. We know that we need the transportation budget fully funded. These are all the good priorities that we have, but at the same time, as when I was doing my work at the Urban League, I would call up here and I wanted to know, what are you all prioritizing?
Right.
And I would never hear anything about the family. I would never hear anything about wages. I would never hear anything. And I'm not saying it's not, I don't think it's not in your purview. It's not totally in your purview, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's not,
Right.
It's not either or. I think it's an and both.
Yeah.
And I think that sometimes we have to consider that none of this great stuff can happen if the family's just decimated by
Yeah.
economics and all the different things. I don't know. I don't know how to put that in there. I just felt it on my heart to say that, you all should, we say in housing space, I work in the housing space all the time. Good jobs go to live at these houses. Like these why we need this affordable housing is because people need a job to go there, right?
Yeah.
And that's how you want to build up all your stock, right?
Yeah.
That you got to also think about these kids' parents, their health care, all the things.
Yeah.
Not just the affordable the affordable kindergarten and all that things, but just at the base level. Like,
Yeah.
you all should be in the talk, if it ever comes up, about increasing minimum wage, right? That's something that you
Yeah.
should be encouraging, right?
Yeah,
Because
and our preschool advocacy
Yeah.
includes getting women back into
Exactly.
the workforce,
Exactly.
and while at the same time taking care of the children.
Exactly.
I
So-
keep saying it. We need to hear it. We need to be reminded. In our second paragraph at the top, we, to your point,
Oh, I see.
pledging authentic partnerships to strengthen our efforts and maximize the impact is what you're after,
Yeah,
right?
right.
So that education alone can't solve problems of poverty on the west end of Louisville or in central Appalachia.
Right.
If we don't lock arms around these key legislative priorities, and again, one of Brian's main function is to, let's see what the Urban League is putting forward. Let's see what's happening from the Ministerial Association and across Louisville. What are those kind of priorities that we can just naturally glom onto so that maximized impact becomes a reality and that we all share in that load. So I think, making sure that we get that out as a bolded point even, Brian, I think would be important in the conversation. Trace?
So this is like something we can add stuff to, right? Or is
Yes,
this-
yeah, absolutely. That's what right now, we won't bring it back to you in a final form until October. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I first want to say I completely agree with everything Ms. Newman said. Great perspective, and I think it's very important.
Yep.
A lot of this is great stuff. I keep seeing the word collaboration pop up, and I'm just not seeing the focus on collaboration with students necessarily. I'm seeing the teachers, and that's great, but we need more student representation. Like my position, it's an amazing position, but it's very vague. It's up here, but we need representation that's down here and like spread out.
Yeah.
We don't need just one voice at the up level of the board. We need the voice at the board of every school, because
Excellent.
I can't focus on every single issue at every single school district and bring that perspective to you. I feel like that's something we need
Sure
to
you
focus on.
can. Don't sell yourself short, Trace Brooking. So that's great. I want to challenge you to think about, even over the course of today and tomorrow, what would that look like if we were making laws about it? So since the audience of this work is members of the General Assembly. So one of the things that might come to your mind is a conversation you and I have already had, and Todd's helping us figure out right now, and that is, how do we go back to the governor's original executive order that included a non-voting student and teacher member as ex officio members of this board? What would it take through the governor's office, through legislative action, if we came back and said, we want Trace and Stephanie to vote like everybody else? What kind of legal requirements would have to align for us to be able to do that? There are lots of states that have voting student and teacher members on their board. We hadn't even had a sitting member until December of 2019 in that executive order. So that could be a legislative angle that we play out in terms of student voice and representation. But keep asking that question, what other laws might we think about? Because we could do regulations all the time, that's our purview, but is there something we should be advocating on behalf of student voice?
Right, and I think that's something we could explore with local school boards, is having a student member on that level as well. I think something like that would be a great idea.
And that's a great question, because I know Boone County, Dr. Poe's board has had student representation for more than a decade. But then my board in Jessamine, we don't. So yeah, that could be an angle. So
student and
think along those
teacher.
strategic lines. Stephanie, pardon
Student
me.
and teacher representation on the local boards.
Yeah, does Boone have a teacher on the board, a sitting teacher? They have a sitting student, but not a sitting teacher. That would be something we would want to explore.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't, there will be, legal hurdles in that process. Dr. Poe.
Yeah, just in Boone County, I think, one of the things is just a caution of how districts are done. In Boone County, we do have a local bargain contract. So that board or that person is at every board meeting to give the input of the Teachers Association. Okay, so, but at the same time, Teacher Association through a bargain unit doesn't want a member on the board technically, just because it may go against union contract. So you got to think about those things.
Yeah, I think there will definitely be hurdles, Randy. But perhaps the logical way for us to move forward is to find out what we could do in terms of permissive authority to include members, student and teacher membership on school board. So it's permissive, not mandated, would certainly be a logical way for us to move forward. So yeah, those are great examples.
Right.
Brian,
Yeah,
all
because
this-
NSBA just recognized Boone County as having one of the most outstanding things of student representation for that 25 years, as you said. So,
It's been that long. Wow, that's awesome.
yeah, 25 years.
Okay.
I was just going to quickly mention, so I mentioned House Bill 257, and given how many conversations we had about it, I wanted to point out that, the part of the local indicators of quality, what we're trying to push districts to do is to get feedback from their community on what they expect from the school district. And part of that are the students, right? So I think part of what you're getting
That's
at
a great angle.
is definitely encapsulated in that idea of developing local measures of quality. And so just wanted to highlight that because I do think that is a component of that process. And obviously I think we all think of 257 as sort of a first step in that work. So I fully suspect that we will see additional legislation, or we'll try to get additional legislation at some point down the road. But anyway, just wanted to highlight that I think that those student voices are definitely a part of that component.
I agree. I think there's a major correlation with education turnout when there's student voice. You look at Massachusetts, they're ranked first in overall education. They have more student representation on different levels compared to any other state. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal. So I think really focusing on states that have done similar things. I've spoken to the Tennessee student representative on her perspective, and she even says like she feels more respected, she feels more valuable when she has that voting power. She
Yeah.
feels like she can truly bring the vote student voice.
Yeah.
Like having the voice is great. We're going up the staircase, but we have to have the student and the teachers
Yeah.
have power on the decisions that are affecting them the most. Really.
Yeah.
I don't remember the
Word.
bill number, but I do believe that Senator Thomas out of Lexington has introduced
Yes.
legislation
Yes.
in the last few sessions that
Yes, he does.
It didn't get much
it did
traction,
not-
but
it
that,
did
he
not,
would be
but
a good
it's a good-
ally
yeah,
in
and
the
it's a good-
conversation.
it's a good, just sign to see that legislation has been introduced around the topic.
Yeah.
Hasn't moved forward, but we also haven't really advocated for it.
Right.
So just wanted to throw that out there.
Right. Yeah, one of the things I always quote is the Oregon Student Voice Team, Trace, did this huge protest at their state capitol and said, "Don't make decisions about us without us." And so I think
there you go.
that's really kind of a powerful mantra for us moving forward. In the interest of time, I'm going to channel my inner Dr. Robinson and draw this part of our discussion to a close, but it is not over. A lot of you need some more marinating time on this, so please be thinking about it. We'll update a draft and get that out to you before we bring back a final recommended version for board approval in October. In the meantime, if you have any questions, it is perfectly fine to reach out to Dr. Perry directly. We always recommend that you copy the commissioner so he'll know what his board members are asking and talking about. But feel free to be thinking about any specifics. Trace, to your point, that would be something that we could even add as one of the Roman numerals under the strategic bullets, for example. So keep thinking about that and keep us posted. Dr. Perry, thank you so much. He's always the one either at the end of the agenda standing between us and adjournment, or in this case, between
Reasons
us
that are
and
not fully
lunch.
clear, I can only go either at the end of the
Right,
day or
right.
never at the beginning.
Right before lunch.
It's
Not risen to
personal,
that level of
Brian.
importance
It's
yet.
personal, so, yeah,
No.
just teasing.
Someday.
So we are just a little bit off schedule. I think that we can get us back to schedule within just a few minutes. You have two charges during lunch. One is to relax a minute, eat lunch, take a bio break, whatever you need to do. We'll be in the commissioner's office for that purpose. But we also, before lunch, before you have broccoli in your teeth, want to do a group photo. I saw Miles. Are we in the middle part? Okay. So follow the board there to get your glamour shots taken with Miles. And Megan, we will adjourn until approximately 12:50. And then see if we can get a little bit back on track for today. Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna be really honest.
There's 7
We have gotten to wear dress codes. All right, I will bring us back after recess for lunch, where no business was conducted. And we will jump right back into our agenda, just a few minutes, a little over time here. And one of our favorite parts of the agenda, as we discussed earlier, is an opportunity to share good news. So we have divided these up among board members, often based on where you actually live. We'll start with Julie Pyle.
Okay, great. So a lot of talk today around student voice, and this is about 17 new members being selected for the 2026-2027 Commissioners Student Advisory Council. So 17 public high school students have been named as new members of the 2026-2027 Commissioners Student Advisory Council, joining 9 returning members. Establish to gather student feedback on critical issues impacting students and schools, the council connects Kentucky students with the Kentucky Department of Ed staff to develop ideas to strengthen student voice and transform education. The group meets regularly with the Commissioner of Education, Robbie Fletcher, both in person and virtually, to discuss how decisions made at the state level are affecting students throughout Kentucky. And if you haven't gotten the chance, you can listen to those on KDE Media Portal. It's really valuable to hear the students' input and opinions on the different topics being discussed. So that's on my regular rotation when I'm driving, is to listen to that. So the new members who will join the 9 returning members are Maluhawar G.U. Ramoon Suresh, a 12th grader from Western Hills in Franklin County. Jeremiah Stevens, 12th grade, DuPont Manual High School in Jefferson County. Amelia Hassett, 12th grade, J. Graham Brown High School in Jefferson County. Ava Adam, 12th grade, McCracken County High School. Lena Burhane, 12th grade, Davies County High School. Lindsay Wireman, 12th grade, McGoffin High School. Grayson Hill, 12th grade, South Warren County High School. Rihanna Harrell, 12th grade, Christian County High School. Uniku Sharma, 11th grade, Pikeville Independent High School. Noah Ward, 11th grade, Thomas Nelson High School, Nelson County. Sachi Thomas, 11th grade, Paul Lawrence High School in Fayette County. Colin Gerhart, 11th grade, Floyd County High School in Floyd County. Ava June Tackett, 11th grade, Johnson Central High School in Johnson County. Ellie Gallagher, 11th grade, Bracken County High School. Trace Brooking, our own, 11th grade, Glasgow High School, Glasgow Independent. Farulun Terrado, 10th grade, Central Hardin High School, Hardin County. And Ezra England, 10th grade, Lafayette High School in Fayette County.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and congratulations, Commissioner, and to these new Student Advisory Council and our own Trace Brooking. So excellent. Next one is coming from Vice Chair Bloodworth.
Yes, the 2026 Kentucky Reads to Succeed Summer Conference, held June 8 and 9 in Louisville, was the largest and most successful to date, bringing together approximately 1,700 educators, school leaders, instructional coaches, interventionists, and district leaders from across the Commonwealth. The conference expanded to a day and a half and featured 73 breakout sessions focused on evidence-based reading instruction, high-quality instructional resources, literacy leadership, assessment, intervention, professional learning communities, and implementation of Kentucky's revised academic standards. The conference reflected Kentucky's continued commitment to improving literacy outcomes through the Read to Succeed Act and the statewide systems that support educators in that work. Participants learned from national experts, Kentucky practitioners, state literacy coaches, regional school principal support leaders, voices from the field, which that was my personal favorite.
Excellent.
Those sessions, district teams from Kentucky and Kentucky Department of Education staff. The energy, collaboration, enthusiasm displayed through the conference demonstrated that Kentucky is not simply implementing literacy initiatives, but it's building a statewide literacy movement focused on ensuring every student becomes a successful reader.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Mickey is glowing in the back, grinning from ear to ear. Julie, were you able to attend this year as well? Kentucky Reads to Succeed?
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
I thought so. Okay.
It was wonderful.
Any other?
It was wonderful.
Excellent. All
Just
Great.
the stories out of the districts and the success and
That
how
was a
they're
favorite,
growing.
yeah.
And a great keynote. I mean,
Yes,
it was
it was-
all, I felt
yeah.
very proud to be connected in
Excellent.
some small way to that,
Yes.
so.
Excellent.
Thank
Well,
you.
congratulations all the way around.
I think teachers loved it too.
Oh,
Yes.
excellent. I'm happy to share the next one. 9 Kentucky educators were named 2027 Teacher Achievement Award winners. Every year, the department announces these winners as part of the Kentucky Teacher of the Year award process. These teachers remain as nominees for the 2027 Kentucky Teacher of the Year Award, which will be announced September 9th at a ceremony in Frankfurt. On a personal note for our board, Vice Chair Bloodworth is a former Kentucky Teacher of the Year, and you actually help in the selection process, right?
I'm not this time,
Not
I'm doing
this time?
something a little different, but
Okay.
2014.
2014,
Yes.
okay. So in advance of that, the finalists are selected and they become Teacher Achievement Award winners. And from those 3 finalists, one at elementary, one at middle, and one at high, will be recognized as 2027 Teachers of the Year by level. And one of those 3 honorees will become the Kentucky Teacher of the Year. Our 9 winners this year are at the elementary level, Nikki Janiak, Estes Elementary School in Owensboro Independent, Kelly Moses, Garth Elementary in Scott County, and Amanda O'Brien from Old Mill Elementary in Bullitt. Our middle level finalists and Achievement Award winners are Catherine Simone Berner from Baker Intermediate School in Clark County, Gregory Edens from Ross Point Elementary School in Harlan County. You may wonder about that. They probably have grade levels that intermediate school goes to 6th or 7th, for example. Same thing for Ross Point in Harlan. And then lastly, Trino Grau from Bryan Station Middle in Fayette County. At the high school level, the 3 achievement winners and finalists are Paula Giuseppe, Christian County High School, Brandon Riddle, DuPont Manual High School in Jefferson County, and Molly Seifert, Beechwood High School, Beechwood Independent. KDE received 600 teacher nominations this year. So congratulations to these 9 finalists and best wishes to all for the 2027 Kentucky Teacher of the Year competition. And Mr. Trimble, Greenup County ATC.
This is truly a remarkable young man. You'll see that when I read this today. Greenville County Area Technology Center recent graduate Cameron Witt accomplished something no student at the school has completed before, becoming fully certified in 3 different career pathways before graduation. Stephanie, I know you like that. Witt completed full certification stacks in welding, automotive technology, industrial electricity, earning industrial credentials that school leaders say have already opened doors to employment opportunities. Witt completed all automotive and electrical coursework at Greenup County ATC and added welding after realizing he had room in his schedule during his senior year at Greenup County High School.
Might as well.
Witt earned Kentucky Department of Transportation welding certifications, including unlimited 3G and 4G tests, all 9 automotive service excellence certifications in automotive maintenance and repair, Occupational Safety and Health Administration 10 certification, National Center for Construction, Education, and Research electrical certifications, and an Electrical Alliance interim credential through an online pre-apprentice curriculum with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 575. So he went online to get some too, it looks like here.
Kind of a slacker,
Yeah,
huh?
he was. Greenup County High School Principal Stacy Thompson said Witt took more than 60 tests to achieve his goal. He's the first student in school history to earn this many certifications. Thompson said students like Witt represent the impact career and technical education can have when students commit themselves early. So this kid is motivated, hardworking, and will make a great employee for whoever he wants to work for.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Cameron. We'll all be working for Cameron Whitney. All right, excellent. And we have drafted Mr. Brooking into service for an article from Harlan High School.
A Harlan High School teacher has created a Go Teach scholarship to support future educators. Tyler Saylor, an English, language arts, and senior seminar instructor at Harlan High School in the Harlan Independent School District, has launched a new scholarship initiative aimed at encouraging and supporting future educators in Kentucky. The newly established Go Teach scholarship was created through partnerships with 2 local businesses, Homes for Rent and Cold Iron Rentals. and was awarded during the district's annual awards and honors night. The one-time $500 scholarship presented to graduating senior Haley Jones, who plans to pursue a career in secondary social studies education. Saylor said the scholarship grew out of meaningful conversations and collaboration through serving as part of the Kentucky Department of Education's 2025 to 2026 Go Teach Kentucky Ambassador Cohort. Through the program, participants explored innovative ways to strengthen teacher recruitment and retention efforts across the Commonwealth.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Brewer grinning in the corner back there, so Go Teach Kentucky. Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda, that threw me off a little bit. That's not the next item, right? Okay, good, thank you. The next item, we're going to actually move into the action items and discussion portion of the agenda. And at this point, we'll consider 3 waiver requests. Oh, board member sharing, thank you so much. Whew. Keep an eye on me. Sorry. We've devoted about 10 to 15 minutes for individual board members to tell about some of your activities since we were together back in June. I'd like to start by calling on Ms. Pyle to tell us about the Pritchard committee convening.
Yes, so Dr. Fletcher and I were both there, and he did a wonderful job on our panel in the evening, talking about mobility upward, moving forward. The second day on Saturday revolved around House Bill 257 and the new assessment accountability system. Shelby County Schools did a wonderful job with their presentation. And what I loved about it is they've been on the journey so long that they were tying Portrait of a Learner to the Vibrant Learning Experiences, Defenses of Learning, to the assessment and accountability system. Like, you could see the whole picture coming together, which was wonderful to see. And from being one of the founding members on the Cool Council when Lou tapped me, it's very satisfying to see this work, like, actually coming to light and moving forward. So instead of just being a vision in the head. One thing that I very much stressed when I was there was, in order for students to have vibrant learning experiences, community has to be involved. Businesses have to be involved. That's where the real vibrant learning experiences happen, is when businesses give projects and things to the students to work on, because they can see the relevance of that. And so that was something I really tried to stress, because they were asking, what can we do? And I'm like, that's something you can do. Or go in and be a mentor to students, especially middle school level. I'm passionate about middle school career exploration. So that was really good. The end of the day was an interesting conversation, because it was about scholarship granting organizations, the SGOs. And I learned some stuff about them that I didn't realize. I did not realize they're a 1-for-1 tax credit. So basically, if you have a $1,700 tax bill, and it's not that you have to pay, you may have already paid it through your wages and earnings, you can have a 1-for-1 tax credit. And so if you have $1,700 in tax liability, why not give $1,700 to an SGO, which can be set up for public school benefit? This is not a private school thing only, instead of paying the money to the IRS. And I'm like, this could be a really big potential for public school. I mean, just look at the people in the room. If everybody switched $1,700 of tax liability to an SGO, where students could benefit, go towards, tutoring and different things. So that was eye-opening. But it'll be interesting to see how all the regulations and guidance roll out and the benefits. One of the things that was discussed also was any money raised through this SGOs need to be looked at as additional funds and not replacing current funds.
Supplement, not supplant.
Correct. So that was, it was a good discussion, and hopefully they're going to continue doing some additional learning on that. So, and then just as a forefront, on August 24th, Dr. Fletcher is going to join me at the Rotary Club of Florence.
Okay.
Talking to our club.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. I was so glad you were able to attend. And I for one, want to learn a lot more about it. The scholarship granting organizations that Julie's talking about, you may recall, is a function of the federal government, and Kentucky opted into that program. So I know I have a lot to learn in that regard. So thank you for being out there figuring it out. Yes, Dr. Fletcher.
One of the things that I think there's about 29 states have opted into this, and one of the things that's unique about Kentucky is that our Secretary of State has oversight of the scholarship granting organizations. We've met as a leadership team here to see what our role would be in that. So far, and you know, I attended the state chiefs conference recently, and that was one of the topics I wanted to ask other state chiefs about. But right now, I see our role as possibly how do we informing parents of how we can utilize this money for public schools. So not endorsing a particular SGO, but these are SGOs that are out there possibly, and then this is how you could utilize the money. So those federal regulations are supposed to be out until the end of September. So a lot of the rules are still kind of iffy. Like, for example, does the money go directly to a parent or to a vendor on behalf of a parent, student? So there's a lot of questions out there that need to be answered. But again, I think our role here at KDE is informing parents of the opportunity that's there that possibly could use it. You know, we've talked about everything from if you have an SGO that focuses on maybe band equipment, or maybe an SGO that focuses on technology for, you know, how can we help people to understand this is how it can be used for public schools?
Thank you. Thank you. Trace?
I was going to say, do we know how much of this is actually going to go to public schools?
We
Because
don't.
as far as my knowledge, this was an emphasis on private school funding.
Yeah, we don't. I think that's one of those kind of, we have a lot to learn categories.
Right.
Yeah, we don't. We don't know how that's going to all unfold. Something to be aware of moving forward. Excellent, thank you. I have an item that I'll share on behalf of myself and Dr. Pate, who is on his way. We were invited to talk about high school transformation and the network that we've been involved with 4 other states, with the National Association of State Boards of Education, at the July convening of the Kentucky United We Learn Council. Dr. Pate did a great job, as always. We've kind of narrowed this down to 5 pressing issues that we think high schools are facing. We've also been invited to join a group with Linda Darling Hammond's shop out of Stanford University called the Learning Policy Institute. Some KDE folks joined me and my team from UK Next Gen to meet with several other states, broadening this network of folks that are really concentrating on high schools. I say to folks all the time, having been a formal high school teacher and administrator, high schools are uniquely positioned in the education continuum because they push up on post-secondary and workforce, and they push down on preschool through 8th grade. And so we really think the next iteration of Kentucky United We Learn is how do we make this work at all of Jefferson County's high schools, at small rurals? How do we really think about innovation, community partnerships, and accountability at the high school level? So we're excited about that work. We've identified these 5 pressing issues. We've applied for a second round of funding for NASB to support convenings of this group, and we will be broadening membership on the task force to include lots and lots of educators, high school students, and families. The first round of this was a very policy, 5,000-foot policy level involvement, and now it's time for us to work with boots on the ground, so we're looking forward to that as well. Glyptis Ann and I were also selected to participate at the annual convening of the the Education Commission on the States. The governor appointed me to serve as one of Kentucky's commissioners on the education. Glyptis Ann and I presented a proposal, and were selected. And so we were able to go to DC last month and present. We had a good attendance, a lot of engagement on the part of the folks that were there, and it was all about Kentucky United We Learn as a policy lever for a statewide reconceptualization, reimagination of the learner experience. And so we had really, really good engagement. Dr. Jones was excellent. The presentation itself unfolded really, really well. Her background and depth of information that she shared was really good, and I got lots of cards exchanged afterwards and have been in contact with folks about the work we're doing in Kentucky. So happy to be out there telling other folks about how the Commonwealth's got it right. So other board members, any involvement or sharing that you'd like to add at this time? Yes.
I attended one of the sessions from the Vibrant Learning Collaborative. It was in it was at my school, Murray State University. I know they've been conducting those kind of across the state. If you have a chance, I don't know if they've wrapped those up. I think they probably have. But what a nice opportunity to showcase vibrant learning that's happening across the state. They talk like they would be doing those again. So I look forward to even bigger and better opportunities to see that and see what the districts around me are actually doing in relation to vibrant learning.
Excellent. Thank you. Glad that they regionalized this year. Yes, Dr. Minter.
Okay, to talk about a future thing?
Yeah, sure.
Next week, I get to go to the opening of the Impact Center that you already talked
Oh,
about.
yay.
In Warren County, and I guess that will be my first official activity. And
Okay.
I'm awfully excited about it, and I'm very proud that one of my former students, who was a WKU history major and taught in Jessamine County as well, is the curriculum supervisor for this project.
Okay.
So very proud.
Excellent. Excellent. Who is that? I just
Chloe Sessler Stewart.
Oh, yeah. So she was a student of mine in our UK principal
All
program.
right.
There we
Yeah.
go.
She's a star. Isn't
She is a superstar.
I officiated her wedding.
Oh.
Yeah. She's a real star.
What a small state board world we live in.
It's a small state.
Kentucky
It's a
trees
small
don't
state.
fork.
That's
That's
right.
right. That's
That's
absolutely right.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Thank you. And then we'll want to hear more about it next in October too, about how it all actually
Absolutely.
went. So, all right. Anybody else? Thank you. Just for new board members, this is just a chance to say, Dr. Poe, thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I'll be joining her at the Impact. I had
Oh,
an
yay.
invitation to attend that too with Dr. Warren there.
Excellent. So yeah,
Or
you,
Clayton, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Warren County.
Yeah, Dr. Clayton in Warren County with Dr. Minter. So it'll give you two a chance to meet in person as well. Excellent. Thank you so much. Now the board will move to our action discussion portion of the agenda as we consider 3 waiver requests. I'll ask Associate Commissioner Matt Ross and Division Director Che Ritter to come forward and present the first 2 requests. You will find these in your portal, the first one from Simpson County and the second one from Perry County.
Good afternoon. I'll try to do a little explaining, set the stage, since we have some new board members. We spent some time, my name is Matt Ross. I'm the Associate Commissioner in the Office of Finance and Operation. This is Che Ritter. He's my Division Director in the Division of District Support Services. One of the things under my office is district facilities. And one of the things that they do is approve property acquisition when a school district goes to buy a piece of property. And KDE has a regulation that prohibits districts from purchasing property that has a traversing easement, right? So if there's some easement that runs across the land that would prevent the district from being able to fully utilize it for its intended purpose, right? There is a statute, KRS 156, 161, which allows a school board to request waiver from the state board of a regulation under certain circumstances. And in this case, both the 2 waivers that I have are related to these traversing easements, and Che will explain a little bit more each individual, but basically they both have a water line or drainage that runs through the property that would not impact the greater use of the property. And so while 156, 161 just allows us to give you the pros and cons, we really don't see many cons in this. So Che, do you want to speak to each individual sort of circumstance?
As Matt said, I'm Che Ritter, Division Director, Division of District Support. Facilities falls under my division. So you'll see me up here quite often, actually,
The
talking
only
about
person in
waivers.
Kentucky who could explain the SEEK transportation formula.
Not very well.
Sits before you
Yeah.
right now.
So for Simpson County, this is sort of, if you think of a little puzzle, they're trying to move some pieces around. In this specific one, they're going to move their IT department, and I believe it was maintenance and storage, to a building that has a traversing easement. And that in and of itself is, does the easement cause an impact to how they're going to use the building? And their answer was no, it doesn't impact our operations. But by moving some of these pieces around, they're going to be able to knock down an old bus garage, which is where they want to put their central office eventually. So it's sort of a step-by-step in Simpson County, it sounds like, and also part of a much larger facility plan, which I'm sure one day we'll talk about those at length again.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And board members, we have joining us virtually today, Tim Schlosser, who is the superintendent of Simpson County Schools. Welcome, Tim. Is there anything else that you would like to add about your waiver requests for the board's information?
No, Jay pretty much summed it up. It's just we are purchasing a piece of property that's got the wastewater easement through it, and we'll be using, it's our old electric plant board facility. They just built a brand new facility. Sits right in the middle of town. It's right down the road from one of our elementary schools, close to, and it gives us, we have no storage for our district, so we'll be able to utilize the bays that they had that they used for the electric plant board for storage, and then we'll move our IT department into their main office, which will get them out of, they're actually in a closet right now in our old bus garage.
Okay.
So, and then, like he said, it's a snowball effect. We're planning to build a new central office on that location, and hopefully be able to move forward to building a new high school where we could take our central office down, where we can reroute the bus loop, and it's just kind of a stair-step process. So that's why we were requesting the waiver, and we appreciate your support.
All right, if you'll hang on a minute, just in case there are other questions. Board members, you'll see in the staff note that the commissioner has provided a recommendation along with benefits of approval and disadvantages, and the commissioner is going to speak to that as well.
Actually, I want to state that under the new statute, I cannot give you a recommendation of approval or denial.
The commissioner finds that the
Yeah.
requested waiver is more likely than not.
Yes.
Okay.
So I can give you benefits and approvals, which is what we're, benefit of approval, and also disadvantages of approval, which are in the staff note. But again, as far as a recommendation of approving or denying.
Thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah, I can't give you a thumbs up or thumbs down moving forward. And that was something as part of one of the House bills that passed recently.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that reminder. In these waiver situations, board members, we're going to have to really rely on these staff notes.
Okay.
Because the team at KDE, under the direction of the commissioner, is being very careful to align with the new requirements of that new law. So you'll see the advantages and disadvantages and an analysis there. We've had time to look at this and to really consider that. It's also important to note the background information where Todd and team provide the legal basis upon which the waiver actually exists and what we're being asked to waive in terms of statute and/or regulation. In this case, a regulation, and then a full summary of the issue at hand. Having said that, board members, do you have any questions for Superintendent Schlosser, Che, or Matt on this waiver request? Hearing none, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve or deny waiver request 2026 WV 079 from Simpson County. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make the recommendation after talking with Mr. Schlosser. I fully recommend this waiver.
So we have a motion to approve the Simpson County waiver from Dr. Poe. Do we have a second? Have a second from Ms. Pyle. Any further discussion? Hearing none. On that motion and second to approve the waiver request, please respond. If you approve, please respond affirmatively with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, no. Excellent. Thank you so much. And the dynamic duo, Ross and Ritter, will continue now with a request from Perry County. I would recommend that you open your board portal. Thank you, Superintendent Schlosser. Open the board portal item to 9B for that waiver request.
Yeah, this is a little bit different. This is actually a property acquisition for a new school, Robinson Elementary. If you recall, that was one damaged during the flooding of Eastern Kentucky several years ago. So this has been sort of a fairly longer process to acquire this land. Kentucky Transportation Cabinet is letting them have an easement. But with that, it does not impact the plans to build a new school. And the easement happens to traverse that property as well.
So I think they're donating, the Transportation Cabinet is donating a piece of property that will be used for a turning lane into the school, is my understanding. And that piece of property has a water drainage easement that will not impact that use of that property.
Excellent, thank you. Also noting in the staff note and the waiver request that this waiver request was received in a timely fashion, giving the team at the department under the commissioner's leadership to analyze the benefits of approval, noting that disadvantages of approval on this waiver item are none. The legal background is presented there as well. Having made those observations, at this time, I'm open to a motion to approve or deny waiver request 20. Oh, there he is. Hi, Jody.
He's the finance.
Jody's the Chief Financial Officer there in Perry County and one of the best finance minds in Kentucky, might I add, sporting a new goatee there. So Jody, it's good to see you. Is there anything you'd like to, we were just about to move to accepting a motion to approve or deny. Is there anything about the waiver that you'd like to add?
Well, thank you for the kind remarks, Dr. Young. And I don't have a new goatee; it's just turned gray. That's the reason.
Oh, it's
why
just, I
that,
can see it better. Okay.
Yeah, it's highlighted more with being a finance officer for almost 20
Listen.
years. So that's but no, we appreciate the board's consideration. And again, this is just an easement that will not impact the construction of the school, but we're very much looking forward to getting Robinson School back.
Okay.
And of course, as you guys know, this was a completely demolished building
In the
in its
flooding.
entirety because of the flood. And we have found a location, and we're appreciative of KTC for granting us going to grant us the easement. We're in the process of fully getting that. There's going to be non-compensatory, no transaction money-wise. They're going to give that to us, that easement. But we appreciate the move of the board today.
Thank you. I actually had the opportunity with Commissioner Glass at the time when Superintendent Jett was in Perry County to be there just in the aftermath of the flooding and to see what happened at Robinson Elementary. Did you guys receive FEMA reimbursement support for some of the reconstruction?
Still very much in the process
Sure,
of
it's a
that.
slow
As you know,
process.
that's a pay and then
Yeah.
get back later. So, but we have done that with Buckhorn, and we've gotten Buckhorn, which is a K-12 school, as you know. That was a school that was all but demolished. We was able to save the shell of the building, and we've got those students back, and they've been back over there now for 2 years. And we've received some federal funding from FEMA for that, but we're still awaiting a lot more to complete that FEMA project. But then Robinson will get started as well, and we've put a lot of money up front, and thanks to Kentucky Emergency Management and some other sources to be able to do that. But yes, we are fully anticipating this being a FEMA project.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And just to pause for a reminder, that flooding was absolutely devastating. Perry County Schools lost staff members in that event. I was there when the next morning after Robinson was completely lost, and that team was figuring out how do we move them into a surplus building and reroute transportation and figure out how to address the needs and overnight. And that's just what school people do. We can't take for granted how diligent they were in support of their own community in a time of serious devastation. So I'll extend our thanks to all of you, Jody, on behalf of what's been happening there in the aftermath of the flooding.
Thank you.
So board members, I will entertain a motion to approve or deny the request
have a
before
quick
further
question.
discussion.
I have a quick
Oh,
question.
certainly.
Are
Mr.
they
McKinney.
deeding this property to you and retaining an easement, or are you getting an easement over another easement?
It is a donation plus easement, right?
So you're gonna
That's
get a deeded piece of property?
Yes, this is it will be deeded from the transportation cabinet to us.
Okay.
I make that motion, we approve the waiver for Perry County Schools.
Second it.
Thank you. We have a motion from Mr. Trimble to approve and a second from Mr. McKinney. Any further discussion or questions for Jody, Matt, or Che? Again, thank you for your timely submission and all of the details that you provided us in this waiver request. On that motion to approve, all those in favor, please respond with aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Jody. We look forward to hearing about the results of all your hard work in reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye, dear. At this time, I'll invite Commissioner Fletcher and Deputy Commissioner Allen to the table for legal background and overview on a waiver request from Covington Independent Schools.
Thank you
very much. Madam Chair, the final waiver on your all's agenda for consideration today is 2026 WV081 from Covington Independent Schools. As with the previous two waivers, there was some indication of the statutory changes that were made by the Kentucky General Assembly during its 2026 session. And I'll cover a few of those just briefly. We went over them during the board's June meeting as well. During the 2026 legislative session, the General Assembly changed the process that was really only 1 year old. It was still a relatively new process, but indicated that any waiver request that comes to the department must be decided by this board, must be approved or denied within 30 days following receipt. We've had a lot of conversations with the General Assembly about that timeline being perhaps a little bit too tight. As you all know, our preference is always to provide full and complete information to this board to allow you all to consider matters and make an informed decision when they're before you. But in any event, the General Assembly stuck with the 30-day deadline. They also indicated that neither the commissioner nor myself as your counsel could make recommendations to the board related to these waiver requests. When we were before you in June, the board did adopt a new regulation and updated its forms to comply with the statutory changes. That indicates that if the department receives a waiver request less than 20 days before its next board meeting, that we will simply forward the request to the board, letting you know that the department did not have time to conduct a meaningful review. With the previous two requests, as you see, those were, underwent a technical review, and then they went to the applicable program area for a substantive review. In waiver 2026 WV081, that did not occur. We received the waiver request this past Friday, so therefore did not have time to engage in a meaningful substantive review, and it did not go to any program area for review. So the matter is before the board for a decision. Again, statute requires that this board review this waiver request within 30 days of receipt, which would be no later than August 30th. The board currently doesn't have any regular meeting between now and then, so we added it to your agenda for today for you to review. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Needless to say, we have concerns about the timeliness of the request because of the requirement of this board. Frankly, our fiduciary responsibility to offer due diligence to every waiver that we consider. Dr. Robinson.
Well, Dr. Fletcher, were you going to provide additional background?
I can give you some information about the waiver itself. I did look over the waiver, and it has, I think, 7 different requests as a part of that, including...
You actually have a dozen forms
Yes.
related to the waiver request in your portal.
Yes, and so everything from calendar committee, waiver of a calendar committee, the SBDM structure, district-wide school calendar, the time of the day, there's some changes there. A departure from a single salary schedule, also too, formative assessments as part of some requests there, and then also address how they address truancy concerns, and also finally the ability to for certifications of teachers. So there's 7 different requests. Again, without going into detail, we really didn't have time to go into a substantive review. That is just a brief overview of the 7 different items that's a part of this.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
So it's very clear from the scope of this, the waiver request, that there is some, I would say, substantial innovation in mind. But it's also very clear that we must have the technical review and I would say programmatic review as well. So I would like to continue to work with this district to figure it out. So is it possible for us to table this request, table this item? We would have to then, at first I thought we could do it in September.
And we have a 30-day clock.
So we've got a clock. We could schedule a special meeting and request that the superintendent and board chair attend that meeting.
Okay.
To make certain we understand what is intended here. From looking at these items, it's real clear that there is something quite substantial in mind. And frankly, I'm curious about that.
It is my understanding that the option to table would be available to us. Are you making a motion to that effect?
Well, I'll move it, and if it's not available
Okay.
to us,
Well,
then we'll
I
obviously
certainly
be
like the
told.
idea of additional time. So we have a motion to consider tabling this item, still meeting the demands, of course, of a 30-day meeting, which would have to be called in order to take action. Is that what
Right,
you would have in mind?
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Allen, is that legally allowable? And
I think that is legally allowable. The only contingency for the board to consider is just the meeting date.
It would cause
and
us to-
You need to have a quorum in order to take action within that 30 days. So
which
that's-
is one of those expediencies that we happened to foreshadow earlier in our conversation. It's one of those, I would imagine it would be a fairly short meeting, but one that we will have to conduct between now and August. Do you know when the 30 days?
30th.
August 30th, okay. Felicia?
I was saying you can extend the deadline. Is that what you
No.
basically saying? You can't extend the deadline.
No, clocks,
No.
clocks
There is
the
an
clock.
option for school districts when they submit the application, because we foresaw this very type of situation, for them to make a request in their application that we could postpone it to a future board meeting, but the school district did not select that option.
So if we tell them no, can they reapply?
Yes.
Yes.
And then the 30-day clock will start again.
That's correct.
But at this point, we do have a motion to table. Is there a second to that motion?
A second. I'll second
Oh, okay.
that, Chair. And I had talked with the board chair directly, and it was not their intent to have this in a short notice. So they are okay with the fact that we table this, set up a meeting, as Chair Robinson mentioned, and have the superintendent and the board there that answer any of the technical questions that KDE has, since they can't do a recommendation, but that we can have a full discussion on that matter.
Okay, we have a motion from Dr. Robinson, a second from Dr. Poe. To restate that motion, clarify with the maker of the motion, I believe the motion is to table this agenda item and call a special called board meeting within the 30-day legal requirement to make a decision on this waiver request, which will give us all more time to review it, along with asking for the programmatic review on behalf of the department. Any discussion on that item to table?
The only problem I see is, are you setting a precedent where every time someone files something late, you gotta have a special meeting?
Yeah.
So my opinion would be to tell them no and send it in on time. And they're not gonna have to redo anything. They're just gonna change dates or whatever. But I wouldn't want you to set the precedent where every time someone files something late, you gotta have
Yeah.
a meeting.
Okay, I think that's a really good observation. We don't know yet. This is the first one. To Todd's credit and the commissioners, they said, here's what absolutely could happen. This one is also interesting in that we have a little bit of background information from a prior filing of similar request from Covington Independent. But honestly, I didn't even know that the portal had changed. We reviewed at the chairs meeting more than a week ago, and then I was surprised on Monday to hear that the action item had changed to be included. So I have clicked on the 12, but honestly haven't even had time to think about those.
Well, as I was reading through them, after being alerted that the third one had been added, and it was, by the time I got to salary schedule, I was thinking,
There's a
oh my
lot.
Lord, we're in deep weeds.
There's a lot going on.
And, but I was also intrigued. It was, and I wish that we had had time for a technical review before coming, but I see no reason to deny a chance for the district to bring us, to make a case and help us understand what they are trying to accomplish. So, okay.
Thank you.
Let's do our review and find out, because I do believe it is important for this board and for the department to help the district understand where they want to go, help us understand, have the district help us understand, and then help them get there. I mean, this is not a hostile action,
No.
but I think
No,
it
no.
is an essential action. for us to fulfill our responsibility to the district and to our responsibility to the citizens of the state.
If I may add, something else that makes this a little more unique is there was $2.5 million allocated to Covington
In this
Independent.
particular,
In this particular, by the General Assembly. And in order to accept that money, they have to be designated as a school of innovation, and a waiver has to be approved by this board. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Todd.
Yes, it's, the 2.5 million is designated for the school district.
Right.
You know, it doesn't seem like it wasn't intentional, a situation.
Oh,
It might
right.
be something that they don't want to delay no longer than they have to. So if we don't
Correct.
approve it, then we've added more days and more time to their
Uh-huh.
situation, so I don't have a problem doing that.
They also have a
Special
brand-new
call meeting.
superintendent, new to Covington, new to Kentucky, so I think there are a lot of extenuating factors at play here. I completely support the notion to table, but to Felicia's comment about process, you know, it could well be that a waiver comes in late, but it's, you know, kind of typical in nature. We've approved that kind of thing before, and we feel comfortable saying, okay, move ahead without a programmatic review, but this one is particularly complex. You may be right. We may say the next time around, let's just vote to deny, go through similar processes, but then have more control over the timeline of that. I also am sensitive to their sense of urgency since school's about to start as well, so.
My only frustration, and I'm just being open with this board,
Sure.
is the fact that they could have selected for this to be at the next board meeting in September,
Correct.
which would only been about 10 days. So again, I understand as far as tabling and moving forward, this is a special circumstance, but again, I think that we need to have time to review this intentionally, and I like the idea of having the board, the superintendent and the board chair come in, so, because this is a different waiver.
Different duck, yeah.
It's a different duck, and let's have a lot in that.
Yeah.
Dr. Poe.
And I'd just like to add, I think, you know, this is a new process for them, a new process for us, and whether we like it or not, this was put on our doorstep by the legislature. And by postponing this is what got us into the situation we're in. I think just as any new policy and procedure comes out, there's a lack of clarity. And I think it's a little bit of education on everybody's part, and nobody's at fault here. It's just a new process, and one we, you know, and I guess on my part is if I've got to be called for a special meeting on a waiver, and at the end of the day, it's great for kids, then I'll be more than happy to spend that hour. So I don't even care if we put a new precedent in place. We're not going to get a lot of these. I think we've had 5 waivers of innovation in the last 5 years, and there's only 2 more of these that can be granted under this legislative process, so it's not like we're going to get these constantly.
The designation of School of Innovation is what he's
Got
referring to.
one
Correct.
question.
Yeah.
Sure, Felicia.
Mr. Allen, does your department, will it have enough time to go through all these waivers in the shorter time frame that you have to review?
If it were near the August 30th date, nearer the 30-day deadline, then I think that we could coordinate with, you know, folks within the department to get that done. If it's next week, no.
Okay. All right, I will pose the question then on a motion from Dr. Robinson and a second from Mr. Trimble to table this item until we can hold a special called board meeting. All those in favor of the motion to table, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
We have 1 no, 2 noes.
2 noes.
2 noes. Motion carries. Thank you very much. The next item, Dr. Brewer, Associate Commissioner Brewer with the Office of Educational Leadership and Educational Leadership and Effectiveness, Licensure and Effectiveness, is with us to talk about an activity related to a collaborative that the Kentucky Board of Education and the Education Professional Standards Board have been engaged in over the past several months. To our virtual attendees, you will see an email which contains a link to allow you to participate in the sorting activity that Dr. Brewer is going to take us through as we work together. Board members, you'll find them in these lovely green folders.
So, Chair Young, before we move to the activity, would you like to talk about the joint resolution that's being proposed, or would you like us to do the
Did I miss
activity
that up?
first? Either.
Actually, we just have it listed as the Research Practice Collaborative Recommendation. So, what you're saying is this, I'm in the wrong spot.
Chair Young, it is that review item A.
Okay, thank you. Item A, thank you so much. So yes, the joint resolution first. Meredith, I apologize.
No, that's
So we have two items for our review. The joint resolution is first, followed by some opportunity to give feedback and discussion on the joint resolution. We will not be taking action on it today, followed by the beautiful green folders.
So a recommendation that has emerged from the Research Practice Collaborative is that both the Kentucky Board of Education and the Education Professional Standards Board consider adoption of a joint resolution. This would allow the boards to sort of formally endorse the work that came out of the collaborative and kind of strengthen our advocacy efforts around those recommendations. So there is some proposed language for that joint resolution. That is one of the policy levers that the board has available to it. If you would like to have a joint resolution, it is a way for you to sort of highlight matters of great importance to the board. So that language is there for you to consider today, and any changes you want to propose. EPSB will also have an opportunity to review the draft, and then the recommendation is that formal action be brought at your meeting in September.
And when will you be presenting this to the Education Professional Standards Board?
On their meeting on August 18th.
Okay, thank you.
So you drew this up for them to review, and they didn't have any collaboration with the original document?
So the collaborative met over several meetings, and this is really reflective of the recommendations that emerged from the collaborative. So the language is really mirrors what came from the collaborative itself. So really, it's just our legal team, Whitney Crow, drafted sort of using the correct format for a joint resolution, but it really is reflective of the recommendations that came from the collaborative, of which both boards had members as well as stakeholder representation.
So it was interesting. I had the chance to participate on some of the research groups, and several of us did. And it was interesting that we ended up with like 2 recommendations that are just like, they make a lot of sense, but it's a lot of work to unpack. And what we wanted to do with this, I bought into the idea of this resolution because working collaboratively with the Standards Board, with the EPSB, we represent a bigger voice than either of us could independently. And so we wanted to stake out our intentions. And so this resolution allows us to say, this is our stake in the ground. And some of these ideas are so near at hand, and yet it's not real clear exactly what it's going to take to get there. But I was fascinated by the conversation that Professor Mentor and Ms. Newman were having over lunch, because they were talking about standards in the legal profession and how sometimes we're returning to what we knew, and how important it is for the profession itself to take itself in hand and bring about the changes that we know would benefit the profession and those who are served by the profession. And I think these recommendations represent that opportunity for us, a time to take ourselves in hand and do the work it would take in order for our colleagues in the profession to better serve the students that we are responsible for serving.
Excellent.
So I hope you will vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Julie also was able to participate in one of the committees. I was able to join one of the committees. It was really, really good deep dive into the research around teacher and school leader retention. I'll call your attention to the 7th whereas. We love a good whereas, where the collaborative made those 2 overarching recommendations that Sharon was just talking about, developing a continuum of growth and support for educators from pre-service to retirement. Folks like to say from cradle to grave. The second one is to develop a similar continuum of support and growth for school leaders to strengthen principal capacity, which is very much in keeping with the will of the General Assembly from this last session around Senate Bill 4. So the resolution then offers that we will move forward with separate but collaborative conversation and work to, as Sharon said, flesh out what is the devil in the details around these two important recommendations moving forward. For new board members, the Education Professional Standards Board is charged by law with licensing, certifying, monitoring the careers of teachers in the state, and they work really, really closely with pre-service preparation. A lot of times folks that think that this is the job of the Kentucky Board of Education, when in fact our sister board, Education Professional Standards Board, has a set of responsibilities. So the resolution and the collaborative have been a real intentional effort on our part to lock arms and say the State Board of Education has a big interest in the professional development and ongoing professional growth of teachers in the field, while the Education Professional Standards Board has very similar goals for their own work. So I really, like Sharon, appreciate this formalized resolution to recognize and continue that partnership.
I'm the only one on here who actually worked for EPSB.
Oh, you did? Okay, so yeah,
Yes.
you know what is the weirdness.
So yeah, so I guess what I'm thinking of when Todd handed me a stack of cases, because he's like, you used to be a prosecutor, here, try this.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, of course, I'll try this. I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if anybody from EPSB is here, but I don't think their role is to definitely make teachers better. That's not the role. The role is of actually as a prosecutor. It's not the role. I mean, we give recommendations. They gave recommendations on how to be better because you've made these infractions.
Yeah.
And when I say infractions, I'm being very generous with that, but because there's lots of more serious things than just showing up late.
Right.
But I don't think it's their responsibility, and correct me if I'm wrong, to actually do any type of remediation of their abilities or anything of that.
Here's the angle you're not thinking about. I don't think you're wrong, because they have a very strong, clear requirement to handle teacher misconduct. Yeah. And so the prosecutorial side of that is where the real headaches are. And you know what it was like going through those closed session meeting after meeting with EPSB when they looked at those cases. But remember that Meredith and her team also work really, really closely on the preparation of teachers because of the way they govern the work of Kentucky teacher preparation and administrator and superintendent licensure in Kentucky. So I think they would say that through the Go Teach Kentucky ambassadors, that they have a strong role around attraction, but that those ambassadors also work a lot on retention. And then in the actual preparation of beginning teachers, novice teachers, their role is really significant in the way they work with colleges and universities.
No, I see the collaboration. I'm just saying that that's more of their purview than the EPSB's purview.
Yes.
Right? I see how they can collaborate and make changes.
Yeah.
I see that part, but I'm just saying I don't see the part where.
So I think you're just saying that, I think you're endorsing, I hope that's what you're intending, is that KBE has a role in ensuring that teachers in the field have the high-quality professional growth and development.
Yeah.
And, but because so much of the rules fall under the governance of EPSB, we really saw the collaborative as a way to intentionally build a bridge between the work of these two really important boards. And we talked to Dr. Thompson a few years back, and CPE sees a real important role in this too, and that they have a big hand in the development of education programs across the Commonwealth as well. But we really just felt like this is an example for us of those partnerships we've been talking about. How can we work more closely and not this kind of parallel, no crossing of the streams kind of relationship that we have had with EPSB in the past?
I'll just make a final point.
Sure.
Is that when I got my stack of cases, I didn't see a bunch of things where people could be made better. I wanted them fired.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I wanted them out of the profession. I wanted their certifications taken away because of the amount of awful things that were going on. So I think there is a place for some teachers to go through
100%.
whatever, remediation or
100%.
training, whatever. But there's some teachers that need their certification snatched immediately.
Yeah, we're not out
So-
there trying to
Yeah, so I'm just
make
saying,
child predators
yes,
better. Yeah,
that's all I'm
right,
saying.
right.
It's like there's some people just,
100%.
there's no.
Yeah, I think you do a good job kind of punctuating one really big important role of the EPSB that the state board doesn't have any say in whatsoever. But you heard us approve members of the State Evaluation Appeals Panel earlier. That's on the job practice around the art and science of teaching. So really figuring out a way that we can embrace the full experience of a teacher from pre-service to early service to the end of their careers is I think what we're after in this conversation. And Felicia, one of the things that really came out strongly as we were preparing for this is, I credit Vice Chair Bloodworth with this, we are hearing from teachers across the Commonwealth that 5 to 10 year itch phase is really problematic. And school administrators are telling us all the time, we're losing some of our best teachers in years 6, 7, and 8. So really thinking about retention in an intentional way, and those outlier, criminal cases and the stuff that you guys had to deal with, that still has to be taken care of. But really thinking more about that, the core of the profession that need further structure and support at that point in their career is something that we think together will have a lot of synergy around.
So I do want to just address a couple things that emerged in this conversation. So the Education Professional Standards Board has a variety of responsibilities and authorities, of which a very important part is the oversight of educator misconduct and the enforcement of the Code of Ethics that has been adopted. And certainly that is a situation where the very small percentage of our teachers who violate the Code of Ethics, our legal team under Deputy Commissioner Allen's leadership does an excellent job of reviewing those cases and ensure appropriate actions are brought forward to the board. But a much larger part, and I would argue the most formative part that the board plays is in the approval of our educator preparation programs, and it is a unique role that the EPSB plays. As Dr. Young mentioned, typically programs at universities are approved by the Council on Post-Secondary Education, but EPSB has kind of a unique space where they receive all of the applications for educator preparation programs, and they review the content of those. We have partners that we work with across the state at our EPPs to review the content of those programs, and there's an entire process for those to be brought for the board for recommendation and approval. So the oversight of our educator preparation programs does fall under the purview of the Education Professional Standards Board. Historically, the KTIP program, the teacher internship program, was overseen by EPSB. Of course, that program was no longer funded, but has been replaced with the Kentucky Educator Mentorship Program, and that is a statewide expectation that districts have a high-quality induction program, and the best practices for those programs were set by EPSB, and they need to have continual oversight of those programs, and so they really do have a vested interest in the maintenance of a strong and impactful educator professional workforce. And so, yes, educator misconduct is certainly the part that probably gets the most news that EPSB takes care of. But again, very small percentage of our teachers are behaving in a way that would warrant investigation from the board. But the much larger portion of the EPSB's work is in the support of our teachers. Additionally, they also support our alternative pathways, which we know continue to grow. We have 9 options of to enter through an alternative pathway, and ensuring that those programs remain high quality is also a responsibility of EPSB.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Lastly, I might call the board's attention to the final and be it further resolved. This will be dovetail with Dr. Perry's presentation earlier around legislative priorities. You saw that already embedded in those priorities as well. But it will be certainly powerful for us to do that in partnership with the Education Professional Standards Board as we move further. Just as a reminder, I'm not asking for approval of this today. It looks like we may be having a special call meeting late August or a virtual meeting in September. By that time, the EPSB will have also had a chance to review and make recommendations to any changes. If you do have some that you'd like to offer now, we can have one more round of discussion. Otherwise, let Dr. Brewer copy Dr. Fletcher know about anything you'd like to consider, even if it's something like wording. We want to make sure that this is as powerful a resolution as we can make. Sometimes people think resolutions are kind of empty calories. I think they speak about good work that has happened, and I'm proud to support it as well. Any offers of suggestion for Dr. Brewer? Okay, a lot of knit brows, so just keep looking at it. If you have any questions about that, let us know, and we will be prepared to bring that back to you for an approval of the resolution. And then typically, I don't see Jen right now, but typically we push this out through our media outlets. We'll certainly read it proudly as a resolution of this board when we are ready to ask for approval, and then we will share that with kind of all of our stakeholder groups, including members of the General Assembly. Okay, so then our retreat-like activity. Dr. Brewer.
Okay, so
I'm dying to open the envelope.
So one thing that was sort of a continuing theme throughout our time with the Research Practice Collaborative was sort of the so what element of the work. So I think we, as Dr. Robinson mentioned, the collaborative participants kind of quickly converged on kind of two primary recommendations that I think do make a lot of sense. And from that, we had some proposed action items. We had some thoughts about, in a perfect world, what would we want to see happen? However, that's the really hard work of policy implementation and change, is sort of in the how do we actually get to the place that we all agree we want to go. And so we thought it would be helpful for us to sort of look through some of the recommendations for action that emerged from the collaborative and do a bit of a sorting activity to sort of think through where do these fall in these different categories. And we'll advance through some slides to just sort of explain the activity, but there are 5 sets of folders, so we'll get to be in small groups for this to sort of have a discussion, and then we'll debrief a bit after we have a chance to look. So Glippy, if we can go through the slides there. Perfect. So as we said, the first recommendation was to develop a continuum of growth and support for educators from pre-service to retirement. Makes a lot of sense that we would want to have an opportunity for educators to have strong preparation, supported induction, opportunities for professional growth, and then successful transition into their retirement. Next recommendation was around a continuum of support for our school leaders. As was mentioned, Senate Bill 4 really has emphasized the legislature's interest in growing principals and ensuring that every building has a strong leader. And we know that our principals really set the culture in their school buildings and really have a huge impact on teacher retention and the success of the school. So we know it's important for us to focus on our school principals. All right, next slide. So you'll have in the folder some printed cards that have the categories that we're going to be looking at today. Dr. Young helped us to identify these categories. These are sort of topics that she uses in her innovation work, and I think that they work well for this activity. So the first, as we have probably...
Woo-hoo! Sorry.
Just in time for the hands-on activity, Dr.
DeVille
Baker.
has arrived on 2 wheels. Let the record show that Dr. Justin Pate is now in attendance.
I thought I was gonna have to drop Robbie Fletcher's name, maybe if I got pulled over, but luckily I avoided any of that.
Officer. Unless you were in Martin County, I'm not sure that'll help, but okay.
Hurt you.
So the first category, I'm sure we have all talked about this sort of category of ideas, the low-hanging fruit. So this is going to be a simple, highly achievable idea that requires minimal effort or resources, clear value with little risk. So we will have low-hanging fruit. Then we have the category of quick win. And so those are going to be ideas that can be executed rapidly and show visible results fast. Boost momentum. It's always good to have something that we can say was a success. So we have a quick win category. Then we have the long shot. And I think sadly a lot of times this is where we're going to find many of our recommendations. We know that in a perfect environment, this is what we would want to see happen, but because of a low likelihood of success, because of obstacles or uncertainty, it may not be feasible for this idea to actually come to life. Usually requires significant resources, time, or breakthroughs to become viable. So this is the category we'll use for if we get $50 million, we could do a lot of things, right? So that's a tricky.
She put it out there, annual budget request.
That's right.
Ryan.
Next slide. So the darling category, those are the ones that maybe it doesn't make sense from a feasibility standpoint, but it's an idea that we just really can't seem to let go of. We hold it close to our hearts. There's something about it that really is inspiring, something that we just continue to draw attention back to. And then the last category, and this is where we're going to ask you guys to really stretch those afternoon brain muscles. What ideas haven't been proposed by the collaborative that you feel like would be helpful to be added into recommended actions for those two recommendations that emerge? So in the envelope, you have some note cards. You may open the envelope. Yes.
Why
are you giving them to me? So you're going to have to be in small groups, yes. And so I think, do we have, okay.
We're going to put Commissioner Fletcher over there for a triad. This brain trust right here. You want you two, you three. You got Julie, you can swing either way. Patty, Justin, Justin, Patty.
Smart. Yeah, we're making friends.
Yeah, you'll be best friends here in just a minute.
All right, so you have on your note cards the different potential actions that came out of the collaborative. And so you're going to actually physically sort those onto the cards. You also have some blank cards at the back of the pile that you can add new ideas. Yeah, I feel like this is maybe an activity that Trace has done at school before. And so then you'll write some new ideas if you have them, and then you have a set of paper clips. And so once you have them, you can paper clip them on there, and we will collect them at the conclusion of the activity. So
everybody have the same ideas.
Everyone has the same ideas.
Okay.
Yes, and so they're all the same, and so we'll see you. It could be that you put yours, put something in a darling category, and others would put it in, a long shot category. So they may not be the same.
Who would be right?
Exactly.
Oh, I get it.
So we're going to take about 20 minutes to go ahead and sort through this. Dr. Poe, you should have a link to a Padlet that will allow you. Oh, I see you in there. Yes, perfect.
That's right, exactly.
So Dr. Poe is going to use the virtual Padlet.
So,
okay.
Dr. Brewer.
We have 1 more minute?
Nope, we're
Oh.
ready.
I'll ask you later.
We're rolling like a big wheel.
Okay, thank you, board, for engaging in that work session activity, and to Dr. Brewer for getting us to this point in our conversation. I know a great discussion up here, and I was eavesdropping on a few others as well, so I'll turn it, now we are back in session with the video running. I'll turn it back to Dr. Brewer for the debrief.
Yes, thank you all so much for your engagement. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Any thoughts that came up during the activity, or ideas that you want to share that emerge from your review of the recommendations from the RPC?
Yeah, Julie, I'm gonna share yours.
Oh. So it kind of goes back to some discussion from the Pritchard Committee. It was empowering teachers to embrace vibrant learning experiences by building capacity to connect to local community and business resources, because you can pull those resources in to help the teachers. I think teachers so often think they just have to come up with the stuff themselves, and the opportunities are already out there.
And I like how Lou phrased it. She said, we want teachers to fall back in love with teaching.
That's right. And I think that Mickey would echo those sentiments, that we have outstanding resources available for our teachers to utilize, and we are here to support them and really embedding those into their daily instruction.
I didn't get to say it in my group, but what I've noticed from my own personal experience is that because of the low pay of teachers, some teachers get in their mind that I just want to go up and be the administrator, whether they're a good administrator or not, and whether it's a good fit or not. I think we have a lot of principals who want the pay, not the responsibility. And I think it should be a better system of finding those teachers who actually have the experience of most teachers, like having 30 kids in the classroom, or being able to do, what do you call it, classroom management. And it's no, I'm not trying to diss, I don't know what other word to use right now. I'm not trying to diss those teachers who have those specialized skills, but if the majority of the building has 30 kids and, and you're coming in and you've never had 30 kids, you've never had to have to manage all the people in the classroom because you've only been one-on-one with somebody, or one-on-two. I don't think you should. It doesn't make sense for you to be a principal to evaluate somebody who's doing that, because you've never done it. I think it should be a little more hard to become a principal than just I applied.
I thought of one in our team that we talked about on the one, Meredith, around providing districts and principals with practical guidance toolkits. To me, that feels like a kind of a technical solution. A more adaptive solution would be to think about a master principal model. Sharon and I have talked about this with a master teacher model over the years, and I saw a nod to master teacher in one of our cards, but a master principal model where you think about these intergenerational mentoring relationships between experienced principals and younger principals, but actually to credential in almost a rank change way those master principals who've invested in the next generation of folks that are going to be coming on board. And then together they begin to archive and share the tools that they find to be most helpful. It's not free, but it's also not a long shot when it comes to funding. If those credentials look like micro credentials, and providers have the opportunity to work together to support this idea of a master principal model. And principals, like teachers, often don't want to leave their buildings. They don't aspire to go to central office. They want to be really, really good principals for a long time. So how could we think about incentivizing, this for us was under a new idea, but how do we incentivize principals to really become thoroughbred leaders across the Commonwealth?
And so I do want to mention, we'll get to hear from Vice Chair Fryer with a report from the EPSB here in a few minutes, but both he and our chair, Amber Snell, have shared that they
don't
want
wanna
to
leave the
stay in the
classroom.
classroom,
Yeah.
that they view that as the place where they really thrive professionally. And so we want to create opportunities for our teachers to continue to grow as professionals and not feel that compulsion to sort of have to move up to administration to sort of advance in their career. And that was one of the primary motivators for the origination of this research practice collaborative, was to have those conversations around how can we really continue to create opportunities for teachers to love what they do in the classroom every day.
I think one of those resources for us to try to make as much coherence of it as possible on that idea is, what if we had a portrait of a master Kentucky school leader, master Kentucky principal, and we begin to think about what those competencies are for professional growth and development and induction.
All right, so what I would ask that you do is take those cards where you've sorted them and make sure that.
Any others?
Oh, I'm
Those
sorry.
are great ideas.
Don't want to
I
cut
will
off.
say along those lines, I know that we have some of our EPPs are developing a portrait of a teacher,
They are.
of what we expect of Kentucky
DC yesterday.
Yes, so I'm very excited to see that work.
And I know that's something, Dr. Pate, that came out as a potential recommendation for the high school transformation.
Yes,
group
ma'am,
as
I was
well.
thinking the same thing.
Any other thoughts? All right, so if you will paperclip those to the category that you sorted them to, and then put them back in the folder. We'll collect those at the conclusion of the meeting.
Sign your name.
And then our team will take those back and look at them and figure out a way for us to move to meaningful action from these recommendations. That's really the important takeaway that we heard, is let's not let this stay as inspirational talk. Let's move to meaningful change. So that is the hope from this work. So thank you all so much for engaging with us today. Any questions for me?
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Brewer. All right, let me find my notes. All right. Item 11, under reports. Yes, thank you. The last portion of our meeting today will focus on a series of reports. Dr. Brewer already foreshadowed Vice Chair of the Education Professional Standards Board, C.J. Fryer, who's with us today after having had a great soccer-filled summer. Facebook is my friend. CJ, we're so glad to see you. We just talked about you in our work session, and we're happy to have you here today. We also, I'll let you know, reviewed the resolution and are really excited, looking forward to formally approve that sometime in late August or September. So thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And good afternoon, Chair Young, Vice Chair Bloodworth, and all of our wonderful KB members. A couple personal notes there. I have been listening in, so all this was great conversation for me to be privy to, and really excited. And yes, I think, Dr. Young, you're onto something. I think we should update our Go Teach Kentucky website to say, if you love soccer, the World Cup is yours to watch every match. You know, you'll have that time in the
And all of the units that can be developed out of one World
Yes.
Cup. It's amazing.
Yes,
Football
yes.
is life.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Anyway, thank you. I know I'll be respectful of your time. Thank you for the opportunity, as always, to provide a brief update on recent happenings at the Education Professional Standards Board. At our EPSB meeting on June 22nd, Dr. Robinson and I actually co-presented the recommendations that resulted from the great work of our Research Practice Collaborative. There was really good discussion among our board and interest from our members at that time. And our board is very much looking forward to continued collaborations with both the Kentucky Board of Education and our wonderful KDE staff on all this important work. Chair Young, you were speaking my language, the whole locked arms, sister boards. We just love the kind of momentum we've been having together these past few years. To that end, at our next EPSB meeting, we're going to go ahead and also consider that same joint resolution that was just in front of you all just recently. And I look forward to next steps on that, kind of giving a little teeth to all the great work that all the different cohorts did in their research together. Back in June, EPSB also heard from ICF, who shared results of their work to evaluate educator preparation programs in Kentucky for compliance with the Read to Succeed Act provisions regarding evidence-based literacy. 26 EPPs submitted materials for review across 47 programs, and of those, the vast majority scored in the meets expectations or approaches categories, with only a handful of programs being deemed developing, and no program scored does not meet expectations. ICF has been contracted to conduct a subsequent round of program material reviews for the 10 total EPPs that did not yet achieve a rating of meets expectations. And I have a daughter visitor nearby who's about to enter kindergarten, so sorry if you hear some noises. Do you want to say hi, Scarlett? Say hi. That's the other joy of teaching, right? All that great time with your kiddos in the summer. I'm so excited to see my own students, but definitely sad to miss out on them. Okay. Additionally, William J. Simmons University was actually featured as our recent educator preparation program spotlight institution. Love that we've started that series under Chair Snell's leadership. And during that meeting, they also received approval for several of their educator preparation programs. Dr. Kathy Stovall, chair of Simmons Teacher Education Program, shared with the EPSB that their institution is making plans to expand educational offerings to include master's and doctorate degrees, and also highlighted their institution's collaborations with public and private schools in Jefferson County, several early learning centers in that community, and also the University of Louisville. If anyone wants to catch the highlights from their great presentation, they can, of course, catch that on the KD Media portal. Further, continuing EPSB state accreditation and continued program approval was also awarded to Brescia University for its initial programs. And we also approved the educator preparation programs at Morehead State University, Campbellsville University, and Kentucky Wesleyan College. And finally, the EPSB reviewed amendments to 5 regulations. In the interest of your all's time, I'll highlight just one of those, and that'll be 16 KAR 2010. That regulation, sorry, pressing matters over here in the Fryer household. Hold on one second, Scarlett. That regulation is one that's very near and dear to my heart. That was the one with proposed revisions to the grade band certifications, including adjusting elementary to start covering kindergarten through grade 6, middle to cover grade 4 through grade 9, and secondary to cover grade 7 through grade 12. The amendment also expands permissions for middle school math certificates to be valid for teaching Algebra 1 and Geometry in grades 10 through 12. Right? If we're trusting them to teach Algebra 1 and Geometry to 9th graders, that content does not look different if there are 10th through 12th graders in the classroom, so that's a no-brainer. Also, very exciting, adds a secondary general science certificate. We know that some schools are really struggling to fill physics and chemistry positions, right? So this is going to offer some additional opportunities to get certified teachers in those important classrooms. And it will also provide a pathway for a certified teacher in secondary sciences to get additional science credentials. So someone who's already in the field and maybe wants to have those extra permissions. All 5 regulations are expected to be acted upon at the next EPSB meeting. And I just want to give a little shout out, Todd Davis and Whitney Crow on our team. They represented us so well yesterday in Frankfurt at the Education Assessment and Accountability Review subcommittee meeting. And they shared an overview of those revisions to the educator certifications that we are proposing. I'm going to be like on the news here with the kid that keeps getting in here. Hold on one second. Also worth noting too, hold on one quick second.
Make sure it's not there's a fire in the kitchen.
Okay, everyone's alive. I do have a sleeping 10-month-old in the room next door, so that was a good time to check on how sweet Julian's doing. I do want to note too, just on these things, because sometimes when people hear about these proposed certification changes, they might be thinking that we're lowering the bar. We were very intentional to not lower the bar in any of these proposed changes, right? Increasing opportunities for teachers to add credentials, right? Making sense going up and down a grade level, but never lowering the standard for what quality instruction we want in front of our Commonwealth students. I would also note that EPSB held a, hey Scarlett, can you hold on?
Sweet Dad.
She is the sweetest, and I'm telling you, she starts kindergarten here in just a week. And while my 2 older kids are dreading the end of summer, every day she's like, "Dad, how many more days till I'm in my kindergarten classroom?" So,
tell her that she's in the graduating class of 2039, CJ.
I know she is. Yes. Yes. So if we could all have the energy of a kindergarten and our excitement towards school. Anyway, I'll wrap this up because sorry that I got a little off radar there. We did have a special meeting on July 13th to consider certification related waivers and applications. Obviously important with the timing with school year about to start for those districts to get some of those approved if allowed, as well as reviewing character and fitness and any new educator complaints and reports. That meeting supported our board's mission to enforce rigorous professional standards for preparation, certification, and responsible and ethical behavior of all professional educators in our Commonwealth. We will hold our next meeting, as I talked about, on Tuesday, August 18th. And if you didn't enjoy enough the lovely daddies from my daughter there, I'm happy to entertain any questions that you all may have about recent. And we'll make sure that Chair Snell is able to report more frequently. No, we love rotating our interactions with you all. So
We
any
never
question here? I'll let her
children.
have the spotlight. So
There we
she
go.
can
Hey,
feel a little,
friend.
maybe that
Very cute.
Listen.
ignore the unbrushed hair at the moment. But if there are any questions related to EPSB, happy to answer them or chat about any of those things.
Board members, what questions might you have for Vice Chair Fryer?
How many days is it till kindergarten starts? So do we, I mean, you
Well,
said that
in
was a
fairness,
question.
Her two older siblings just got to go to the pool with their friends, so she's here at the house with me, so she might be a little more
Well,
anxious.
can
When
she
you start-
answer
you
that
start a
question?
week
How
from
many
today,
days till
right?
kindergarten
Well,
starts?
Do you know how many days till you start kindergarten?
I want to do it now.
She wants to do it.
Do it.
now.
Hold on to
Best
that
answer.
feeling.
Best
That's
answer.
Dr.
That's what
Fletcher.
Trace and
He
all the
goes,
juniors are
this
saying too. Can you go back tomorrow?
She said no more summer days. She said school
No more
now.
summer days.
We'll see if I can do that as commissioner. That'll be one of my, edicts
There
that
you
go out.
Listen, kindergartners' tails are always wagging.
Oh
We
my
might
gosh,
ask Dr.
goodness.
Brewer to answer this, but Holly and I were just sidebarring. So the new grade bands have been approved.
Yes.
And
Well, no. So
Okay.
Dr. Brewer would definitely be able to speak to that timeline better. I think when Whitney and Todd presented yesterday to Frankfurt, the most kind of aggressive, everything lines up perfectly. I think this wouldn't be official until correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Brewer, but maybe April or May.
Okay, so we're in the
2027.
regulatory review
So we're really
process.
talking
Okay.
next school year. Yes.
Okay.
And also our EPPs. When you think about realigning how they're going to do the general science and making sure it's still meeting their standards, they'll need time to kind of get those pieces together on the college side of things. So yes, I think we still got one more school year. But again, Dr. Brewer can speak more to that timeline if necessary.
Yes, so April for those regulatory changes to be officially approved and through the process. However, the permissions to teach up for math are already in place. And so
Okay, yeah,
that
I've
is
heard
something
that, yeah.
Good call on that.
Any of our secondary math teachers or our middle school math teachers who have that current math certificate can teach algebra and geometry up through 12th grade. We do have a process in the proposed regulation with a sort of transition timeline of 2028 to allow our current teachers who have those content-specific science certificates to add on other content areas while the EPPs are working on what a general science program would look like. And so there is in the regulation some expectations around how much prior coursework they had to complete. It's 8 hours, so 2 courses with a lab each in those content areas to add on those additional subjects. However, eventually when we have the full general science program, then there'll be a process for a highly qualified application for school, for interested candidates to add on that general science.
Same if I'm a Kentucky K-5 certified educator, I can get sixth grade added on.
Correct. So that process, we will have a way where we'll go in and update all of the permissions for our candidates who.
And is that any subject in 6th grade or self-contained only?
Self-contained.
Okay.
Yes, that was an important distinction. Chair Young, do you mind if I add a couple piggybacks to that?
No, please.
Yeah, so the math thing with middle school being able to teach those 10th through 12th, we were very specific to keep that at Algebra 1 and Geometry, right? So we're not putting a middle school, certified teacher in an Algebra 2 pre-calculus, those kind of
Probability
classrooms. So
statistics, yeah.
that was very intentional. Also worth noting the self-contained element that Dr. Brewer just said for the younger side there. And I will say with the science, and Dr. Brewer, if you said this and I just missed it, I apologize. But when we think about some of our AP and dual credit offerings, right? we would still, I think the vision's kind of still keeping the traditional certified, physics, chemistry teacher in those, as opposed to the general science. Am I correct on that, Dr. Brewer? I remember seeing that in the
That's
presentation.
correct. So it would be a choice for
Yes.
individuals who want to pursue a secondary science concentration, if they want to do a general science pathway through their College of Ed, or if they want to do what we currently have with the concentration in chemistry. Likely that does require sort of that double major where you're in, getting a full chemistry major, and then having the supplemental education courses to be eligible to certify. And so that is still an option. And for individuals who want to pursue approval from College Board to teach AP, or have an institution sponsor them as a dual credit teacher, they may need to have that more advanced coursework to be able to satisfy those requirements.
I think all of our minds are going to those people we know with certifications in hand right now.
Yes. Yes.
Thinking about expanding their utility.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I get so sad thinking about schools that can't even offer a physics class.
Right.
When you know someone that has a chemistry degree knows enough about the basics of
Yeah.
a high school physics thing to be able to not just teach it, but teach it well.
Yeah.
Right. And we're denying some schools having these great opportunities and great classes when they have someone in the building who would be a highly qualified instructor for that class. So I'm excited about it. And it's worth noting for anyone, I know we got some new board members today, and thanks for all you for your service. But if you are kind of new to this talks, this has been going on with a certification structure work group we put together, back in 2024,
Yes.
Dr. Brewer.
That's right.
And we had all sorts of groups represented, including some representatives, I think, from you all. So lots of input from across all stakeholders. So this has been a kind of culmination of a lot of great work, and big shout out to Todd Davis for kind of taking the lead on all that awesome work. So we're really excited about it.
And one point of clarification, so the thought would be for many of the students who currently have a chemistry degree, they likely took some courses that would satisfy the requirement to add on. So it would be a retroactive
Already on their
review of
transcript.
their transcript. So
Okay.
it is not an expectation that between now and 2028, they enroll in undergraduate coursework, 2 lab classes. It is that our team would look at their transcripts, which are already uploaded in our online platform, and determine the eligibility for them if they want to add on that additional concentration area. So it is not a additional coursework expectation.
It is, yeah. Any other questions about E EPSB?
Glad to hear this.
Yeah, me too. Spoken from a former ATC principal. Yeah, yeah. All right, thank you so much, CJ. Let's
Appreciate
go
you all. Sorry again for
Beechwood
those
Elementary,
interruptions
woohoo! Kindergarten.
Go Tigers.
Go
See
Tigers.
you all. Have a great day.
Thank you. We always have a report from ex officio member of our board, Dr. Aaron Thompson, who's the president of the Kentucky Council for Post-Secondary Education. He did have a conflict today, but in your portal, you'll find a written report from Dr. Thompson, if you haven't already had a chance to take a look at that. And I'm afraid we may have lost Secretary Link. He did have a meeting with the governor this afternoon and wasn't sure how long he would be able to stay. Is he online by any chance? I don't want to miss him.
Chair Young, I
see
don't
his
believe
face.
Secretary Link is still on.
2:45, I believe.
And
Okay.
he extends, asked me to extend returning time back to the board, so.
Okay, thank you. And perhaps if he's with us tomorrow, we can offer that time back. So I know you're expecting Dr. Perry at the end of the day, but instead you get Dr. Fletcher standing between us and adjournment. Report from our commissioner. Listen, Brian's used to it.
Yes, he is. He's used to it I'm usually early in the program, so
Yeah,
everybody's really alert and ready to go. But with that being said, I will, Julie brought up my opportunity to talk at the Florence Rotary. I have spoken at the Paducah Rotary. I've spoken at the Louisville Rotary, and that's a lot different than the Louisa Rotary, I might say. But all those have been a great opportunity to connect with business people and talk to them about local accountability, collaboration with community, and it's an exciting topic. And people have a lot of questions and already have great stories to share. But of course, we are at that time of year when back to school is well underway. We have several districts have started today or earlier. So I think we have, I don't know the exact numbers, but we do have several districts that have started. And of course, summer break is quickly coming to an end. I'm sorry, Trace. We'll not make sure that you start tomorrow or anything of that nature. But as the school year begins, we are beginning to see new faces in the hallways and classrooms and also some of our districts and in the superintendent's offices. I think we're somewhere in the 20s. as far as the number of superintendents. And something that we do here at the department, we do go to the new superintendent training and introduce everyone on the leadership team, exchange phone numbers, let them know what the role of each person is within. So if you have a question, you can call directly. So we do take some time to spend with our new superintendents each year. I think that's coming up in September. But all of us here at the department want to welcome everybody back to school, students, teachers, district leaders, and wish them absolutely the best year yet coming up for 26-27. Do have some updates. I think you can see some slides here. We have some pictures maybe. Absolutely. The commissioner spent some time in June going around to different schools. There's 5 different schools I visited. We went to Ludlow, Metcalf, Elliott, Augusta, and Whitley counties. And I went to, and basically I was a part of their summer reading program. And I would read books to the students. They appreciated it when I try to do some voices. You can see my scrunch face there on the left. Try to do some good impressions, but the best is when I'd have students come up and do those impressions for me, and then they would be much more scary than the commissioner, I promise. But
Patty, when the commissioner started 2 years ago, he had dark brown hair.
I remember that.
You remember?
I watched the hearings.
yeah, there was once upon a time the hair was very dark. Not quite the case anymore, as I turned 52 this week. So the ripe old age of 52. So thank you so much. But again, making sure that our kids have nutritious meals. I actually had lunch. You can see with a group of students here on Ludlow on the right. I had lunch already, and the students shared, and we talked a lot. So it was not only to be able to read a story and be in front of the group, but also to sit down and just hear what kids have to say about the commissioner and what exactly my role is. What do they expect of school? It's a lot of fun. But again, what you're seeing here is the goal of our summer food service program, which is a federally funded program operated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and administered by KDE. The program provides meals at no cost to children 18 and under in low-income areas from late May through August, and KDE partners with school districts and community organizations statewide to offer nutritious meals, recreational fun, and educational activities while school is out of session. One group that I went to, we actually were out in a park out by a pool, and I was reading out close to George Clooney's house, and so we had a good time there in Augusta. But also, through a number of the food service program meals and meal sites have increased annually as more awareness and participation in the program has occurred. This summer, we've seen over a 30% increase in meals served and have served meals to Kentucky children across nearly 2,000 sites. I don't have the exact numbers of the thousands of meals that were out there, but it is heartwarming to see that. And also, to talk with the people that are part of those programs and the heartwarming stories that they have. Like even in Augusta, we had people that worked for Bracken County Schools that were working with Augusta Independent to make sure students throughout the entire county. So it's a partnership not only just with KDE in certain districts, it's among various districts to deliver food into the community also too. So very heartwarming, a good opportunity for the commissioner, and also to kind of brush up on being the classroom teacher, if you will. Next slide, please. We also,
Pop quiz for you. What is the mascot for Bracken County Schools?
the polar bears.
The polar bears.
Yes, the polar bears.
The only one in Kentucky.
Not as nearly as exciting as the polka dots in West Virginia, but there is the polka dots.
Well, the kids say in the Bracken County they graduated from the igloo.
The igloo, exactly. They really did. Way to put me on the spot there.
Yeah, way to
Dr.
go.
Thank you so much.
Pop quiz.
And also, too, I've shared several times, just the opportunity to visit the KSB and KSD is a lot of fun for me. But here you see some pictures from updates from KSB and KSD. We do have a lot of construction going on, thankfully, but it is causing a delay in the opening days for students at KSB and KSD. KSD is undergoing significant renovations. 4 buildings on the KSD campus are currently closed due to renovations, and they are expected to reopen at varying stages during months of August to December. Our focus remains on ensuring a safe opening and school year ahead of our KSB and KSD teachers. I did text Dr. Hilton, who is at the OSEP conference, the National School Leaders and Special Education Conference this week, And I asked her for an update because I have delayed as the superintendent of those two schools. KSD teachers are August 10th and the students are expected on August 24th. KSB teachers are supposed to be on August 10th and the students on the 17th. But there was a facilities meeting today, this morning, and it isn't confident whether or not KSB will be able to start on that date. So there have been some delays, just so that you know.
Okay.
I think, about a week delay to start, but again, we want to make sure that the buildings are safe for our students. But of course, on the slide, you see that students from KSB and KSD participating in some fun activities over the summer, including bowling and theater, to increase student engagement and community involvement. Again, KSB, I can never win at bowling. Dr. Robinson has seen me lose miserably at some of the bowling there.
But the students are so helpful. I mean,
they carried the commissioner that day on their team, definitely. But again, you can see some other photos. I still tell the story of doing dissection at KSB. Yes, at KSB, and the tools that they use to help those students. Again, there's a young man there who was this huge, burly young man who would not touch a scalpel, wouldn't touch it. Then you had this little tiny little girl about this. She was just cracking open skulls. I mean, I was like, my goodness. So she just pushed him out of the way and said, "Let me at it." And so she was all about it. So it was a lot of fun. I enjoy those. But again, you can see some of our slides and some of our activities here as we move forward. You also see some from KSD. And I'd like to reiterate, if you have the opportunity in the upcoming year, especially to attend the graduation ceremonies of those two schools, heartwarming, heartfelt, are just understatements of exactly what goes on there. So the rose ceremony at KSB is phenomenal, and the stories that you hear at each, and just the proud parents that are there, and everything that they do to brighten the community is phenomenal. Also, you see some ATC photos here. We see students from ATCs being recognized for their outstanding accomplishments, including earning industry certifications and awards. Still amazed by our industry certification story we heard from Greenup County earlier. I think you have a group here from the Four Rivers on the right there of some industry certifications. And the left, maybe Mason County. Don't quote me on that one. I'm not sure about that. But I would, if you want to have more details about our state schools and ATCs, it's in a written report. It's included in the board portal. This does conclude my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, or any comments that you may have.
How many
I'd
kids?
like-
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wait.
I'd just like to say we appreciate you coming and taking some looks at some things at KSD, Kentucky School for the Deaf. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much. I want to say that publicly.
Well, that's very kind of you, Board Member McKinney. I try to visit the two schools. I alternate. One month I go to KSB, the next month go to KSD. But that was a great opportunity. For those of you who may have not visited Jacobs Hall, some of the history in that building is absolutely phenomenal. The land grant there's one that is signed by President Van Buren and one signed by President John Quincy Adams, that property sold in Florida to purchase the property in Kentucky for KSD. And those are documents in that building. And of course, we've talked about some renovations to that building. We've done some models. It looks like it's about a couple of years ago, it was going to cost $1.9 million to bring up the HVAC just in that building alone. But again, those are things that the General Assembly, in my opinion, need to take up because there's so much history there. Everything from some of the first schools for our African-American population to seeing the stories of when the students were given actual diplomas that had graduated decades earlier, to see once upon a time, I think the Confederacy used that as a post, and they were also charged with taking care of students while they were there. Of course, they didn't stay long because they didn't want to take care of the students, but there's actually students helping both soldiers on the battlefield after being injured. The history in KSD and KSB, I think it was the fourth, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McKinney, I think it was the fourth school for the deaf in the nation.
First. First.
Was it the first?
We just had the 250th anniversary.
First,
Yeah. Yeah.
First west of the Allegheny. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
250 years. Yeah.
But Kentucky School for the Deaf is an institution of national importance.
Agreed.
It's not just important to Kentucky, and I don't want to overstate it, but it is a unique place that things came together in a unique way. and Kentucky cannot let that just fade away.
Just the architecture of
incredible.
Jacobs Hall is phenomenal. The foundation is leak-proof. The modern air conditioning of the 1800s was phenomenal too. But again, if you haven't been able to visit Jacobs Hall, I highly recommend it. And as we move forward, again, our priority is to make sure students are in the building, because this is not a classroom. This is a museum that's a part of the campus. But still yet we do have, in my opinion, we do have, it is on the National Registry, one of 2 buildings in Danville, but we do have a responsibility to make sure that building, the history is there for people to see. So thank you for that, Mr. McGinney.
Dr. Fletcher, Dr. Perry, that may be one of those that we think of as a separate from our annual budget request process and a special request of the General Assembly in terms of, under these circumstances, for Jacobs Hall, kind of as a one-time line item. So let's keep that in the hopper when we think about how we might make such a request outside our regular processes.
Absolutely, thank you for that. Other questions or comments?
Felicia?
I was just wondering how many children are at both schools?
60?
We have around 160 at both combined, around 80 or so, or somewhere between 60 and 80, depending on as we move forward. So, but once upon a time, KSD had 440, 460 students. Now we're around 80. I think that's also a testimony that our districts are doing a better job meeting the needs of students. It's not that, again, excellent services in those 2 buildings and excellent people that work there, but I think our districts are doing a better job of providing services for students. We do have a lot of students that are coming in with I'll say with with various needs, but it's again, it's also a testimony to how well our districts are providing for the needs of students locally, because we want them to be able to stay home. Other questions, the Commissioner?
All right, thank you so much. Board members, I know you're tired, but what a great meeting. So productive, so delightful to have our new board members here and already jumping right in, sleeves rolled up, ready to add value to our board. So thank you for that so much. We will be reconvening tomorrow morning, also at 10 a.m. Back here at this site. And I can always count on Mr. Trimble for a motion to adjourn.
I make that motion.
Excellent. Do we have a second? Thank you from Ms. Newman. All in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? How silly. Okay, all right. Thank you all so much.
All opposed
Megan,
are
we're
welcome to stay.
out.